pra lutear. Faz o ruchão do imba e acorda pra matar. Descarregando o pente no frente, tu foi solado. Distribuindo o kill, a vitória pro nosso lado.
Mapa na tela, avião voando!
Mobile Spring Edition here, Pro League in Brazil. I am Avenger and this is Frost. We are going to be joining you when hosting these games here. We're going to be showing you our teams and I'm extremely excited to be here, Frost. What about you?
Oh yeah, I'm totally excited about this. I mean, we got some amazing teams here, and what's a better way to spend the upcoming weekends than watching and having some fun with PUBG Mobile, right?
Yeah, for sure. I'm super excited to see the teams going into this. They obviously qualified coming into this, and already just by being here, these 20 teams are going to be fighting and duking it out. And I really love the way that we're going to be looking at these teams. Of course, it's 20 teams, but they're fighting their way into the final at the very end. And the 20 teams here, they're going to be fighting in groups, and I really love this way that we have the groups that are fighting. You know, they're playing 4 groups at a time, and each of the groups are taking a kind of a backseat in each of the games every day. So they're playing in the play-ins and the qualifiers to play for the league, for then to in the league to play for the final as well, right?
Yeah, and I mean, as you're saying, with the interlapping groups, it's going to be really great because you get so much changing up from game to game. It's never going to be the same, and it's just like everything from where teams will be dropping to where they're going to be playing in the game. It's just going to be exciting to see how the team's not just going to play out from the start, but how they're also going to be adapting throughout the weeks here.
Yeah, and that's obviously a big thing, right? Going a bit into it where you have these 20 teams, and some teams, they have their standard drop spots and the standard maps, and if they're contested, it's obviously going to be a harder game for them, but they probably know where they want to go. But I'm kind of expecting here in the very beginning of the tournament that we're going to see some contests, and we're going to see some teams that have to adapt and maybe go away from the normal loot spot that we're going to be seeing them from. And obviously the stronger teams, they probably have the benefit of the smaller teams and less experienced teams. They're going to be respecting the big teams and the very experienced teams drop, so they might have a slight benefit here going from the start of it.
I mean, at the same time, we're coming in with clean slates, of course. As you can see here, it's the prize pool for the league itself here, and everybody's going to get at least $6,000 for attending this, but as you can see, top 10 is going to get a little bit more money, and also, of course, don't forget the MVP. That's going to be a little, not just like the $1,000, but also a personal boost, telling everybody else you're a little bit better than everybody else. And of course, the total prize pool for this is gonna be $150,000.
Yeah, it's good to see. Obviously, the team's already making it here. For the 20 teams that are making it, they're already sharing the 120,000 in between them, the 6,000 industry. So they're already happy just being able to qualify and play in the Pro League here. But they're obviously fighting for the honor of being in the top 10 and the extra prize money that is in there. Let's take a look at some of the teams and some of the groups that we're playing it from, some of the qualifiers going into this. And honestly, I'm excited that we're going to be seeing some Sanak here. This is a match that's extremely hard to play, and some of the teams that are playing very aggressive, I think they're going to be really showing how well they're able to play here on Sanak once we get into that for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really interesting. Of course, we only had 4 teams coming in from the qualifiers. We saw an accident there. They bombed out on a 5th place, so they didn't really make it here. But 4 teams coming in from the qualifiers, it's going to be a little bit rougher for them, of course, with all the other teams having a little bit more experience. But hey, it's clean slates. It's everything from zero, so everybody got the same chances right now, at least.
Yeah, for sure, and that's exciting. And that's exciting to see, obviously, with some of the Pro League Season 2, that they're obviously coming in from the 16 teams that are playing from Standard, and the 4 extra teams coming in from the qualifiers. And obviously, these guys have more experience for us, but I still think we're going to see maybe, you know, Smoke Esports, Fact, some of the teams that are coming in from the qualifiers, they might still be able to compete and make it into the league.
I mean, for them, it's more like being a wild card coming in here. People are not going to know exactly what to expect from them in a certain way. And I mean, they might not be playing on the same play field like the other teams that already qualified here from Season 2. So basically they could be a little bit more unpredicted what they're going to be doing, how they're going to play the game, and that's kind of what you want to have the other teams doing, right? You want the other teams to be guessing what you're going to be doing. You don't want to be read like a book by the other teams.
Exactly. And that's what I like as well, right? Because we're coming into this and we're seeing these teams. They're coming in. They might be the underdog, but they're going to step up to the plate. They might be a team that could potentially contest some of the other teams. There might be some of the teams that are making some of these crazy plays that we didn't expect to see, and some of the other teams haven't seen yet. So I'm really excited to see how these guys are going to be performing, and I hope to see some of the teams in the finals, of course, as well.
And here we go. We got the group. Yeah, and starting off with Group B, actually. So Alpha 7, I mean, come on, we cannot not talk about them. They are by far the most experienced team in the whole league here right now. But at the same time, you don't want to look down on any of the other teams. You have Ground Zero here. You have Honored Souls and as well. I mean, Honored Souls, they got second place in season 2 here of PMPL Brazil. So that kind of shows how good they are as a team as well.
This is a scary group for sure. Just by having Alpha 7 in the group, I feel like it makes the group scary, right? But then you also have some of the teams, Honored Souls, Ground Zero. These guys are definitely going to be able to put it in. And this is the 4 teams that you're going to be playing with throughout all the matches, right? They're kind of following you. They're on the same breaks that you are. So let's take a look at here, Group A. Let's hear what you say about Loops and some of these guys. Quick revenge.
I mean, Loops, of course, they have a new lineup. We saw them in season 2. They got themselves a 6th place. Quick Revenge got an 8th place. It's not bad, but they didn't make it to the PMPL Americas because of it, because it was only the top 5 that made it through. Now, you also, of course, have Smoke Esports and Brazilian Killers, 2 of the 4 teams who actually got in here from the qualifiers, and they have a little bit to show us, of course, coming in from qualifiers, but once again, anybody's game right now, and I think they'll do good in a group like this. They know each other, Smoke and Brazilian Killers, since they played each other in the qualifiers. That helps out a lot, already knowing one of the teams in the group a lot.
Yeah, for sure. Let's take a look at the Group C. And obviously these teams are also experienced. We have some of the Dragons is some of the guys that I've been looking a little bit at. They've been playing pretty well. So Shocks, Vivo, and Inco Gaming. What are your thoughts on this for us?
I mean, Black Dragons, of course, one of the few teams that went from the season all the way to the PMGC West League, and Black Dragons, one of those 3 teams. It didn't work out from there. They got themselves an 18th place, but again, making it over there, that means that they got a lot of experience playing on a very high competitive level, higher than this actually, even though this is very high indeed already.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously PUBG Mobile is massive in Brazil. That's also why we see such depth in all these teams here. We have these teams that are able to compete globally as well against a lot of the other teams globally. So I'm happy to see that Black Dragons is also competing here again, and I'm expecting big things from them. Group D, Art, Rise, and F4. What do you think about these for us?
Rise is the big one to look at here, right? They're the one, they got themselves 3rd place in season 2. They got themselves a 2nd place in the PMPL Americas, and then moving on to the PMGC West, they got themselves a 12th place, but they got themselves a lot of MVP awards, even though they got a 12th place. And also, of course, with the new addition to the team, they got Senatexa, formerly from Alpha 7, on the team now. So that's going to be really exciting to see what's going to happen with that.
Right, and with Intense and Fact Esports as well coming in as the qualifier, this is kind of one of the groups where when these teams come in, we could see some wild things, we can see some crazy macro, we could see some hot drops potentially, and that's why I'm kind of excited to see Group D play as well today here. Group E, last one, Flamenco, Influences Never Down, and Storm Gaming. A team that some of the teams here, I'm really looking at Flamenco Esports, one of the big orgs coming out of Brazil, and I think we're definitely expecting some things from these guys as well.
Oh yeah, and I feel like Storm Gaming is one of the big teams they have to look at. They made a lot of roster changes coming into this, and that could be really exciting to see how they're going to be dealing with that. What's actually going to happen? How are they going to play out? Is everything going to work out? Because you have everything on the line here. With a new lineup, I mean, you don't have any time to spare. You got to show up from the start here now.
For sure. And obviously, now we've seen all these teams here. Which one is the one that you're most excited to see?
I cannot not say Alpha 7. I feel like You can see them here, right here on the screen. I mean, Carrillo is like one of the best players in the world. Like, there's nothing you don't want to see about this team, about this player. You want to see what awesome things they can actually make, what kind of highlights. That's what I want to know right now. But I mean, right now, nothing yet, but we haven't started first game, but I feel like we're gonna see a lot from this team, and it's gonna be a lot of good things as well.
Yeah, I think from Alpha 7D, there's going to be a lot of eyes peeled on them. I feel like that's one of the teams that we're expecting the most out of, and we're going to see some wins from them. But I feel like in my opinion, they're one of the teams that if they don't perform, like wins on wins, we're not going to see a lot of chicken dinners under there. Don't kind of put themselves in the lead from the beginning. We're kind of disappointing them because they've been performing so well. They've been dominating this region and Brazil in general for a very long time. So definitely a team that we're expecting big things from.
Definitely. And if you look at it as well, they recently, I think it was just a little bit over a month ago, they actually finished out the PMGC Grand Finals, where they actually landed on a 7th place, and it doesn't get much better than that. It was a little bit unlucky, but I mean, towards the end, 7th place basically means that they're the 7th best team in the world, and they're playing here right now. So, as you're saying, a lot of expectations on them, a lot of pressure on them, and they've shown us time after time, though, that they're able to deal with that pressure and being one of the best teams. And, well, anything could happen. This is Battle Royale, and we just have to wait and see, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. Like, obviously coming into this, we're like, okay, this is the team that's probably the most experienced and the most real-renowned team coming out of Brazil. But if they don't perform like top 2, we're going to be disappointed in them, and that's going to be a lot of pressure on them. And let's see if they succumb to that pressure, or if they just keep crushing and dominating Brazil here. So that's going to be exciting stuff to follow them out as well. But you know what, I'm expecting double-digit frags from them. They're coming in from the beginning, potentially, as you said, could be winning some of the first games, and just showing what they're made of from the very beginning here. So that's what I'm excited to see from Alpha 7 Esports here.
Yeah, it's not unusual to see them win like the first game of a tournament like this, but at the same time, they are not one of the teams who actually need the wins in an early stage, because we know how good they are, how good they can come back later on as well if needed. What you want to see is one of the newer teams, I'd say one of the qualifying teams, coming in here, taking home some of the early wins, making sure that they have a few points on the board, and basically securing themselves a spot into the first league play as well.
Yeah, for sure. All right, that was Alpha 7. Some of the other teams that we're going to be looking at, obviously Rise, we've talked to some about, but let's talk a little bit about what the biggest underdog, the team that the community probably has the least expectations to. What team, personally, in your opinion, do you think that could perform that we might not have seen so much from, maybe because of a roster change or something else? What are your thoughts on that?
I honestly think that Storm Gaming would be one of those picks for that one. As we talked about, they have a new roster, but they have a lot of good players on that team right now, and I want to see them be able to make more of it than we saw them in the last season. They got themselves in 9th place, but here you're now chasing for a top 5 towards the end, and of course that will make you go through to the PMPL Americas, and that is the first goal, right? Or, well, the first goal is making it to the league place. You actually accrue the points there to make your way to the finals.
Yeah, for sure. And let's take a look at the schedule here for today. We're going to be playing a lot of games, and in the next 2 months is basically packed with this tournament here, and I'm super excited to see what we're going to be looking at. And we're going to be starting off with Erangel, Miramar, and then into Sanag. I'm excited for that one. Erangel and back to Miramar again. We're closing on Miramar. Obviously, there's a lot of different play style here. Miramar is a massive map compared to Sanag, and I'm expecting aggressive moves. But there's also the thing is that we're keeping a team not playing. So we're swapping in we're swapping in groups in between. So in between every map, one of the groups sit out. So we're starting out with Group E for Erangel. They're not going to be playing, and then it's Group D, and then we're going kind of back what's through alphabetically. In the very end on Miramar, Group A is not playing, and I don't think it's going to be having a big impact in terms of changing group, because it's so often, it's happening so much, and I feel like that the teams, they're just thinking, okay, what is the teams that we have in our group that we're always playing on, and then they're also just thinking, okay, we're always going to be playing against these other teams, but there's sometimes it's going to be some openings, so they're going to basically be preparing against 19 other teams all the time.
Yeah, and that's kind of a little bit of a troublesome thing, right? You always want to know, okay, where's their normal drop? Where's the secondary drop? You want to know exactly who you're up against, depending on the flight path. Where will the teams be dropping? And also, what are the rotation timings? Because you want to be able to catch them off guard if possible. But that comes down to you actually knowing all this information about all of the other teams. Of course, you can learn it throughout the whole tournament, but you want to make sure you have that information as much as possible from the start, being able to prepare yourself and get those early points in the early games.
And there's also obviously preparation coming into this here. You're looking at all these teams here. It's gonna be a lot of time and effort put into that, and it's very little time in between games. Like, you're preparing for the day full out, and you're thinking, okay, let's go here. They're gonna be an opening somewhere else on the map, and they're gonna have to adapt throughout the game as well, looking at what they can take away from the game, what they see, who they're able to play up against, and that's obviously a big thing, right? You're looking at the kill feed, what's happening, and also what map you're playing, and you're going to be thinking, okay, these guys are not in this game right now. There could be an opening in this area, so we could take a different macro rotation. That's going to be a really interesting thing to look at once we go throughout the games here. I'm super excited to get the game started. We're about 5 to 10 minutes out, 7 minutes, it says in the corner, but we're going to be getting started with it soon. But I am, beyond excited to see what we come in here, because we're expecting a few teams to absolutely dominate the opposition here in the tournament, and they're going to be breezing through. They might be able to make their way into the first two league weeks easily, and they might be able to get enough points just based on that. But we have these qualifier teams, we have some changes, some roster changes, and we have some swaps in terms of the structure and all the teams that might be big enough changes that could change the whole composition of it. But again, we're still expecting Alpha 7 to dominate. We're expecting Rise to do well, and some of the underdog teams coming in. Storm Gaming could step up. Flamingo could step up. But yeah, once we get into Sanag, I'm gonna be sitting here clapping, because I love seeing Sanag, especially when these guys, it's so wild, it's so aggressive. That's the kind of play style I love seeing once we see these guys play.
Yeah, also got to remember, what we saw there was the map rotation for today, but that will be changing up from day to day as well. So today we have 2 Erangel, 2 Miramar, 1 Sanok, but that's not going to be the case tomorrow, for example. Tomorrow it will be another map rotation where we'll actually be seeing 2 Sanok, 2 Erangel, and only 1 Miramar. So it will be swapping up all the times, which means that you can't just be good on one map. It's going to be even play on all of the maps, meaning that you need to be good on all of the maps. So at least you need to make sure that you're super good on one map if you're not going to be able to perform on the other ones. And I think that's one of the exciting things to see as well, like what teams are going to thrive on which map, and are they going to be able to make sure that on their bad maps that they're able to do at least decent and not just bomb out with 0 points.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, the point structure is a little bit heavy. You get a lot of points for placement, 15 points for the win as well, 1 point for kills. So if you're able to have consistent placement and swap up your playstyle, because the playstyle from Miramar to Sanok is so vastly different. On Miramar, you have big macro rotations. Your positioning is really important, but on Sanok, there's so little time for decision making, so little time for macro moves, that you basically try to play with your back safe and then just play forward and play aggressive and try to third party and not get third party. And that's the hard thing, right? On Sanok, we've seen it time and time again that on Sanok, if you're not finishing your fights fast enough, you're going to get third party. Somebody's going to roll up on you or run up on you and third party you immediately, and you're going to be half health or, broken armor, broken helmet, and you're not going to be ready for the next fight. So that's where I really see the teams that are playing with a very aggressive, very adaptive playstyle thrive here. On the other hand, we see our very strategic teams, are very well thought of and cohesive teams that are playing on Miramar, be able to put consistent points on the board from their Miramar playstyle, and also Erangel in that matter.
Yeah, and I mean, if we go back a little bit about the point structure there, just to mention, like, it's a very even split between placement points and kill points. So you have 62 of the points can be from placement, while 60 points from kills. That means that it's a 51 to 49% ratio. So it's a very even split there. So I mean, even if you don't go for placements, you can always go for kills, but in the end, a win is 15 points, and that means you need to get 15 kills to be able to tie that up. And let's be honest, it's not impossible. It's far from impossible. We've seen it happen several times that people are getting 15 kills, but it's going to be easy to go for a win sometimes. But sometimes you're just stuck in a situation where you're not going to be able to get any further. And you basically have two choices there. Either if you have a lot of meds, you could try to heal it out, but you might want to go for the aggressive play and just try to accrue a few kills, a few points, and just be able to roll on from there. And just like, hey, we'll get a few points here, and we'll just take it to the next game, and that's where we're gonna just continue, and we'll win that one instead.
Yeah, and I think that a really important thing is here is also the teams that are, when they realize that have lost a battle, that they're able to pull out of that battle and try to salvage some of those points. Because, of course, we can see some of the teams that are able to grab a lot of heals, and they're able to heal for a very long time and kind of be passive in their playstyle. They're able to secure a very, very high placement. And if they can do that consistently in some games, and then the other games be able to play aggressively and get a lot of that, we're going to see that average points per game go like up by maybe 2 or 3 points just by being able to, the timing of being able to pull out of a game, pull out of a fight before you lose all your players, being able to just play passive with 1 or 2 players instead of going all 4 players in every match and every matchup against other teams. And that's especially something we're going to see in Sanhok. We're going to see a little bit more well thought of play styles and play on Erangel and Miramar, but for sure on Sanhok, I'm expecting full domination from some of the teams. We might even see way into the double digits. I'm really hoping to see some really high kill games. We could see some record-breaking games as well.
And I mean, yeah, we're coming in here as well with all these new teams. It could be that some of the teams, they might just like go for each other, might go for some hot drops early on in the game. We just have to wait and see what's going to happen there.
Yeah, let's take a look and hear something from our sponsors as well. No, we'll do that later. We'll jump back into that once we get ready with that. But yeah, looking at obviously map rotations, we're going to be playing all 3 days here in the weekend. We're swapping up, as you said. We're playing 5 Erangel, 5 Miramar, and 5 Sanhok, so that's obviously perfectly balanced, like everything in the world should be. And we're coming into this looking at it, and teams have different play styles, but I definitely feel like the teams that are well-rounded in terms of their aggression and how well they're able to play in terms of skill, they're gonna be getting ready and stacking in with a lot of kills. And we're gonna probably see, even if it's nearly close to 50-50, even if it's really close to that. Let's take a look at the map, though. We're gonna be playing on Erangel first map, and we're gonna be ready with the match very soon. Erangel, thoughts on Erangel here, Frost? What do you think?
I mean, this is the bread and butter of PUBG Mobile, right? This is the first map. This is the map that everybody likes, and it's been a home staple for a lot of the teams. But at the same time, we know that for the longest time we've had these map rotations, so it's very important. They do good on all the maps, but a lot of the teams, they do feel good about being here. Now we're getting into first game. We're in the plane here now, and it's gonna be exciting to see where all of the teams will be dropping here.
Yeah, I'm excited to get this started here. Erangel, as you said, bread and butter is probably the most perfect way to say this. You can also call it green pastures and everything. We're gonna get this started, and obviously we're getting the skins as well. I love this, the way that these guys just fly in on all the different skins. I don't have these guys, but they are wild, some of these.
And we see already a lot of teams have dropped, and they're trying to spread out right now. But again, this is the thing, right? We might see a few hot drops early on. If you want to contest, now is a good time because everybody's on clean slate. If you can take them out early, that means that you have the upper hand against them, and you might force them to back off from a spot that you want to have for yourself. Some teams might even drop on some teams that they feel like, hey, this is going to be a big threat throughout the tournament, but if we can do something about it early on, this might be the case. But right now, looking at it, looking at the map, it feels like and looks like everybody's trying to go for their own spot. It's a pretty good plane, pretty much from the center, a little bit towards the south, but in the end, you can basically reach all over the map here.
Yeah, it's looking really good though. Our first circle though is pretty much a 50-50 military circle here, maybe 60% in the south for that. So that's going to be an interesting one, especially with the plane path we had was kind of northern to start with, coming over from Lower Georgia Bowl. It's very even out, every split out as well. So let's see what happens with that. Not too many contests at the moment, though. That's it's not unexpected. You usually don't want to really fight for it, but as you said here, it could be a good time to do it in the very beginning. Here we see EINTZ starting off, kind of pushed in between here. They're looting in the crates in Georgia Pole, and it's going to be kind of hard to get out of that if they don't secure their vehicles just yet, because they have a team in North Georgia, they have a team in West Georgia as well, and they have a team in Ruins and close to. So if they have to get close to that and on their path on the way to Military Island, it's gonna be kind of hard for them if they haven't secured too many vehicles. But let's see what happens to them later on as well.
Yeah, but right now, I mean, no team is in GAC as well, so that is totally free for them to rotate through later on. Of course, they don't know that right now, but they'll figure it out. At the same time, we see two teams that is dropping on Millie Island from the start here, and we have some teams actually closing in already, trying to get themselves into good position. You want to play close towards the bridges, making sure that you have a good spot to basically rotate either north or south, depending on where the circle will be moving on later on in the game here. But setting yourself up early on, it's not a bad idea. Even if you don't have too much loot right now, if you can find somewhere that is not looted, it's not a bad thing. Like we see Art of Battle there going through on the western bridge right now, and they basically have so much room to and space to play with, so much rotation wise and also loot wise as well to work with. But they got to be careful because they don't know exactly who's there or not, because they dropped on just like south of Gatka. So they still don't have too much information. They got to be a little bit careful, make sure that they know what's going on around them.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously 3 teams already on military here. It's going to be Art of Battle that already moved down across the bridge and decided to take the west side of the bridge, and they're going to be hunkering up in some of the compounds around that. Glass House is one of them, and they're going to be kind of an okay place to be out. Also, they went kind of too early, so they need to loot a little bit, but that's going to be completely fine for that as well. So we'll see how many teams kind of decide to, because it's a little bit of 60%, 65% maybe chance of it going into military. It can swing back, but most of the teams are expecting it. We're probably going to see some teams that are staying around or close to the bridges here. We could see some bridge camps, so that's going to be kind of interesting to follow as well. We do have some teams that are far away, so rotation timing is definitely going to be taking some time. The teams on the north, obviously for us here, it makes sense for them to go slow, kind of follow the first circle and then see the next circle pop from like inside or close to the edge as well, so they can make a decision based off that, because they're never going to be one of the first teams inside the circle based on where they started looting.
Yeah, I mean, if you're that far away from the circle, we got some early action going on here already. It's ground zero, taking in some shots here, and it's not looking too great here. Being in the water swimming, it's not much you can do about it, but intense game. Not a good spot. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. They want to get some people up on the shore, be able to put some fire back towards here. Lucas, he's doing a lot of damage here. As you can see, 3 of the members here already down to half HP. 4 members, but do they have any loot? That is the big question. Like, are they even going to be able to shoot back anything? Intense game. They're all in the water. But look at
they're dropping. He's getting so much damage put into this. They're putting so much pressure on in the tennis game here. Grafa is less than 50 HP, and they're going down really slowly. Guy as well. Peep.
You can see also that the backup is coming as well.
Look, he's like 1 HP. Pete might be knocked here. As you said, the backup is coming as well for us, so the pressure being put out already. This is obviously they wanted to cross. They wanted to cross early. It's a bigger chance it's going to go military, so I get them trying to get that. But Ground Zero have probably seen this or heard this or spotted it or taking a bet that somebody's going to be there, and all the shots are coming back, and it's so far away. Coming back as well. Oh, taking damage. Peep is low. He's like 5 HP. Take careful. Smoke.
Those smokes are going to be useful, But we see that Lucas got himself one knock there, but it's still 3 men up for intense game here. And basically, they made it across, and as you're saying, you want to get across early, and they didn't expect anyone to actually shoot at them. Starting to swim that early on in the game, you kind of want to get through there, and they kind of didn't want to go for a boat. Maybe they didn't have a boat down there as well to take. And going for a swim is actually a really good strat, but not really working out so far. We just gotta have to wait and see what's happening, because as we can see on the map as well, Black Dragon, they are moving out from military now, and they are moving north towards intense game. So they're gonna be in all kind of bad situation, if we say it like that.
Yeah, for sure. And Brazilian Killers already made it across as well. We're up to 5 teams, nearly 6 teams that are making their way. So it's going to be 50-50 soon. Some boat rotations as well coming in on the southwest. I think it's Smoke coming in on the southwest. And we're going to be seeing some more teams moving there. So a lot of teams are kind of putting their bets that it's going to be on the south or getting ready for the rotation at least. And so far, none of the bridges are contested or camped at this point. Obviously, you can scout your way. You can see if you're able to get into a position where it's going to be good. But most of the teams are just trying to get across as fast as possible and not camping to try to get some of those points you can get off the early game.
And you mentioned it earlier. It's still a 50-50 circle, but because of it, it's much harder getting a good place on Military Island if the circle actually moves over there and you're still on the north side. That's what we see some of the teams actually moving there early on, trying to set themselves up there, because moving back up to the north is a little bit easier than moving down to south. But it looks like it's kind of an even split still, considering how the circle is looking. We can see that some of the teams, they're still trying to get their way into the zone. Smoke Esports, one of the teams here, still in the blue, just on the cusp of it, and they're gonna make their way in. They're not in a hurry at all. They're even stopping here, grabbing some more meds, grabbing some more loot, because they know we're gonna be late for circle anyway. There's no need for us to rush it in. But it only happens if we're gonna rush it in, that we might just get ourselves into a bad spot battling other teams. Well, we can just take it easy, let the other teams fight a little bit, and then we'll just get information. We'll see, we'll hear it, and we'll make a decision out from that information. Oh, look at this!
Oh my God, Brazilian Killers just getting some rotations off the boat, and that 2 knocks already. Might be able to get another one. This is so unfortunate as well. Like, boat rotations here, you have to get further out into the water, especially with the amount of damage you can put in and how fast you can take down a boat. Boats are surprisingly low on health compared to some of the vehicles as well. So Gustav here is able to get 2 easy points. Let's see.
Yeah, Shock Esports. They're hurting for sure. This is not where you want to be, just swimming around in the water. They got caught off guard with that rotation, and that's the things that's gonna happen, right? It's a big gamble taking a boat, because everybody's gonna hear you, everybody's gonna know where you are. But it looks like they're still making in with 2 players, so that is not a bad thing. They are super split though, so we'll just have to wait and see what they're gonna be doing. Good start though from Brazilian Killers coming in from the qualifiers here, and running up 2 points there.
That's good. Shocks trying to make it. He got knocked as well. Also from Gustav. Amazing shots coming in from him. Now it's only Marlon left from Shocks. He has to try to swim to safety and try to survive as long as he can. Circle has popped, and they are fighting. There are more fights coming on into the military. He's just going to try to survive here. Empire, they survive. All live shots coming in. Putting pressure coming in. Oh my God, he's going to get knocked as well. That is so important. Nice knock as well. More shots.
Good counter shot.
He got knocked out.
What's going on with that bug,
Yeah. Yeah, NCC, more rotations coming in, and here we see Alpha 7, one of our favorites in the game currently. Shots coming in. Ooh, he's taking fire. He's down to half. Alpha 7 taking a lot of fire, down to less than 20% HP as well. They have to heal. Carrillo as well. Let's make a move. They are on the north side of the circle currently, and the circle did go on to Military Island. So
exactly, and because of that, you've seen all of this chaos. Everybody's trying to make their way over to Military Island right now, and some of the teams, they're not going to do that. Alpha 7, one of the teams opting to play from here right now, trying to secure himself some kills instead, and trying to go for the other action. But a lot of teams they're not gonna allow that. Look at Rice though. It looks like they want a piece of this as well. Driving around trying to see what they can scout, but nothing yet. No, they're gonna back off for now. Take a little bit slower. Oh, that's why. One knock here. And they're gonna try to go for the rest, making sure that they get all 4 up. It's gonna be so important to have as many people up as possible. Make sure that you have all of those guns ready for the next fight.
Yeah, Rice putting a little bit of pressure here as well. Mufasa's going to be stemming up fully. Obviously important with the heal over time. Off, the smoke's coming off, and they're going to be repositioning. And I have a pretty good compound
This is
here.
the thing, right? They have a good compound. They have the vehicles. They can take it easy for now. They need to see what's in front of them, because if they just drive in there, they're just gonna get wiped by the other teams. So they want to take it a little bit chill pill here, moving around, make sure that they park the vehicles so that they have them so they don't get blown up, and basically being ready for the next circle. And we see the next circle has popped. It's gonna be over to the military island. Now becomes the race. Who's gonna make it? Who's not gonna make it? Because as you can see right now, there's still so many teams on the north side that needs to make it through. Some are opting to swim right now, but at the same time, we can see a few teams playing on military island, playing close to the shore. They want to catch some of the free kills that will be swimming across to them.
It looks like Intense Game is actually doing exactly what happened to them, but on the other side, and kind of setting up shop a little bit close to that. They could be trying for it, but there's a lot of teams currently trying to get across. I think it's 6 or 7 teams that is still on the other side. They have to make it across either in the blue on the east bridge or try to get on the west bridge. Let's see what happens with that as well. Quick, taking some shots.
You can also see Shocks, of course, or Marlon from Shocks Esports. Yeah. He's still alive there on the western side, but he needs to move around to be able to make it all the way up there and then be able to make it into the circle. And he doesn't have too much to play from on the western side of the circle if a team opts to take the town there. It's going to be really rough for him, so he needs to be careful. But right now, Rice, they're trying to make it through here. Alpha 7, they've set up a little bit of a border control. And okay, not bad. They're gonna go into the water for now, but the circle will be closing in on them, and they kind of want to take this fight. Maybe you have to on the high ground here.
Got the high ground. That's actually really good. So they're able to defend the guys behind them here. That might actually be worth them. They can cover the swim across, and then the guys, once they get across, they might be able to cover them.
Yeah, they got to be careful though. They're shooting towards the bridge, but they still have Alpha 7 behind them, and that's a big threat right now. Alpha 7 behind them, that's the ones they need to take care of.
All right, Inco Gaming as well. Already in a pretty good spot, close to the pharmacy. That's already occupied as well. It looks like there's Brazilian killers. I didn't really catch that. There could be Brazilian killers that's already in the pharmacy in the military island, just across one of the really high prio compounds in the circle right here. So they could be into a good game from the get-go, and if they are, that's going to be a really good. Circle is moving. It's going to be so hectic here in the north. Ground zero. Shot coming in. Oh my God, Nidos! Popping off that, put down. That was not, and he managed to cover his teammates for that as well. They're already swimming, so getting onto the beach here and being able to get that first knock with the K9, that's just amazing. Able to get a little bit of loot as well with this fantastic Angry backpack. That's the kind of backpack you would actually wear. I love that.
You know that. But yeah, they gotta be careful because Fact Esports is just east of them there. But as we can see, there's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams on the northern side here. And Rice, they gatekeeping this bridge here. They don't want to let anyone to pass. But Alpha 7, they're gonna make a try here. Carrillo is gonna go first. It's only half HP. And look at it, he might be able, yeah, it looks like he's gonna make it, but that's not the case for his teammates, so they're gonna get shut down there on the bridge. Carrillo is gonna be the last man up for the team. That's the big question. What is he gonna be able to do with that? Especially when you look on the other side, you already have a team gatekeeping as well, and that's gonna be Vivo Kid just on the border of the next circle.
Damage is taking as well. This is a circle that starts to hurt a lot. It's 3 damage per second. It's going to be a rough one for them here. Quick Revenge is looking to try to survive a little bit longer, but he's going to need so much meds to be able to make it across, but they're just trying to hold on to this. Let's see how far he's able to bring it. Circles is taking people down. Mufasa from Rise, or Rafinha from Rise is taking down, and now Seven is just down to one. He's trying to get
He's going to go down to the blue there.
Really, I think it's the last player. Yeah, he's the last player.
Yeah.
From L7 right now. He has some meds. Let's see if he's able to do it here. Loops. Stoico. Oh, Stoico, really nice knock for that one. Yeah, important one. They're holding the east side here. Pretty good position in this next circle here. So I'm excited to see how far they're going to be able to bring it. Quick revenge on the other side of the pitch. Nice knock from that. Smoke playing down there, losing one player, and being on the north side right now is going to be so rough as well. Like, you're basically not making it across right now, so you're just trying to get as many points out of the game as you can right now. That's also why we see Corridor here. He's staying at the bridge. He's going to try to see if he can actually squeeze a few more points out of this game. From this. Oh yeah,
that was his last manage. This is going to be rough. He's just trying to take some shots here, trying to find it, but there's not going to be anyone peeking over there because it's all about that healing battle there, and Kirill goes down. Well, I mean, Alpha 7 goes down on 13th place here in the first game. It could be worse, but it's not good. It's not good, but again, one of the teams that we expect a lot from, but this is just the first game. It's a very rough game to start things off with as well, with that circle moving over. But now we're down to 12 teams, 36 people left alive right now, and we can see that a lot of teams are playing on the edge. Arnold Souls still 4 up, and they're looking to get themselves their first kill here in the game.
They're pushing here. Ninjo and pressure them. Oh, shots coming in. They're putting on a lot of pressure. I think it's Vivo. Yeah, it's Vivo. And he has to move, trying to get another angle. I kind of like that move here, putting pressure, kind of keeping the other players back here. Ninjo and mid being held back by the Rich. He has, have to put out smokes here, deploying a lot of smoke.
Get all the smokes.
Look at that, it's like 10, 7 or 8, 10 smokes. They got the rest off. Oh, he's getting down again. It's mid onto Adrian. So unfortunate for Vivo. I think they might be able to get it wrong. But look at that big rotation. The other guy's on as well. They're going to be taking down his veteran. Getting one more down as well. Trying to push it off. Ooh, flushing for the points. Trying to smoke here. They're probably going to get the rest off. Let's see if they're able to survive this. Get into it. Oh, Ninjo and Myth actually survived this. He gets out of the blue and get into the rest as well. That's super important for Arnold Souls. They're going to be 4 guys alive. They're going to be on the northeastern side of the circle, trying to get into a good position. Now, Black Dragons here. Some of the guys that I expected a lot from, they've been kind of silent so far, but they've been playing a really clever macro game, putting themselves into a good spot and setting themselves up for late game. There are 4 guys alive, 1 kill so far, and Ragnar is into a good spot inside the circle in the north side of the C block here. Let's see how
they got so much control right now. They got so much control. Sure. Look at Martin's here as well. He's just going to prone here in the dip, making sure that they have that to play later on. Basically, he's not going to do anything. He's just going to be staying there, basically being a landmine for other teams if they try to rotate into that spot. But at the same time, if they do, you're going to get shot by the rest of Black Dragons from 3 different angles. So there's base cover for anyone who tries to jump in there. And as we can see, Brazilian Killers, of course, they're just a little bit east of that, but they have a lot of other teams on their side as well to take care of. And right now, Rice, Nunes, last man standing for Rice, is trying to make a move. He might just be taken out soon there.
Yeah, and here we go. Instinct Gaming. Yeah, he's out of that. NCC as well. This is going to be a rough fight. They're basically on the edge of the circle, and you have 2 teams gatekeeping these 3 teams on both sides. It's going to be rough as well. Oh my god, that was an MK14 that's just taken out straight out of it. And he's kind of low to Brazilian Killers.
Good Molotov.
Pressure on. It's a really good Molotov. Gustav here with a fantastic game so far. They have 3 kills. That's really on the Molotov here. Oh, 14. He's being put so much pressure on him as well, though. Nice play. And now Maya from Brazilian Critters with a really good high ground flank onto Ingo. Ingo has to surrender a little bit of their grounds here, but they're also getting third-partied from the north. Look at that.
Yeah, and Maya's last man standing there for Brazilian Killers. But Loops, though, they're still standing strong here on the northeastern side, and they're just going to take a lot of shots down there on Intense Game. We saw them Intense Game having a bad early game trying to swim across. Now they're even worse position, being out in the blue and gate kept at the same time. They're not going to get a lot further than that.
I doubt that for sure. Loop's in a good spot, as you said here. 3 kills, 3 kills, 4 kills so far. Getting a few more of those. Keeping them outside really was successful for them. Now a 5th one for that. So 5 points for Loop so far, with 5 guys alive on the eastern side and a really good high ground position, actually playing really well around this spot that they have. And let's see how much they're able to squeeze out of this game so far, because the team below them has no idea, and he gets another knock. So well player here by Chief. Trying to flush as well. He's actually getting a lot of damage into the smoke. Nades are coming in from the other side. They're going to be in a 3-way fight soon.
Yeah, they got to be careful, but they still have a lot of control. On the flip side, though, Maya from Brazilian Kills is just next to them. And, of course, you have Inko as well, just a little bit outside of with Golden. But Orange Souls, they're taking the circle right now. They've taken full control of the center of the circle. And I'm just wondering how they're going to be able to hold this, because basically you can get pushed from any direction. Black Dragons still in the military area. They took out Art of Battle, and they're opting to move on now towards the zone. They still have the low ground on the southwest side to play, but they got to be careful with Orange Souls just above them there. If no one else is putting pressure on Orange Souls, they basically have a shooting range on Black Dragons. And that's what we're seeing right here, right now.
Good spot from here, but they have to move. Next circle is already popping up. Orange Souls in a good spot. As I said, 6 kills for them for us. It's looking pretty good so far. We saw them move out another one. You see God coming in. Oh, nice shots coming in from Nino again. And we'll see how much they're going to be able to take control of this western side here. If they're able to eliminate them, they're going to be able to gatekeep the rest of the team fighting on the east here. More shots coming in. Out the tire. Put him down to half HP. This can be a good one. It's a kind of broken vest. Look at this 3 hammer though for Chief. The 3 that's low, not broken at all. Shot coming in. Oh my god. DP28, such a good one with the 4x. They're able to control it so well. Now he's healing. Only one first aid left though for Chief.
We're actually down to a 4 versus 4 here actually. And I mean, Orange Souls versus Loops. Both the teams right now with 4 men up. And right now, it's still anybody's game. As you can see here on their overview, they have one of the hill each to play from. And right now, everybody's trying to make sure that the other team is going to make the first move and try to do something that makes them get the knock here. And Orange Souls, they're grouping up a bit. Meanwhile, we see Loops. They're trying to spread out a little bit more with Chiefs down there at the bottom, holding that kind of side there. They're making sure that they have a little bit more control. Now, I'm wondering what's going to be happening here. Looking at it, Orange Souls is a little bit closer towards the edge, while Loops is a little bit more towards the center. But we see some smokes being deployed. Orange Souls getting into vehicles now, getting ready to make a move. Question is, what kind of move will they make?
Also a little bit of a crate in the middle as well. We'll see if they're able to play around that, if they're able to put a car on it and play through it and get that upgrade. We had some broken vests and some level 1 helmet and vest and some of the players as well. Let's see if they opt to make a play for it based on the smokes, but Loops has a good spot. Utility being deployed as well with an 8. 3 kills so far from Diminar. Molotovs as well.
I mean,
They're trying to make 9 kills so far total for Loops. Great game for them.
And a top 2 at least.
Good to see from them in their performance so far.
Ooh, that new circle though, look at it. Both of the teams have a little bit to work with here, but it's still very even between them. A lot of utilities being thrown here right now. Both of the teams trying to find some sort of knock, some sort of way to start this engagement, and using utilities is one of the best ways, right? And we see Orange Souls, they also have 9 kills. So 9 kills on each of the teams right now, trying to secure himself another 4 by eliminating the other team. On top of those 4 kill points, you'll also get another 5 placement points, getting that, 3 points, getting that first place instead of the second.
Right, exactly. And on top of that, the kills from it too, as you said, going to be a huge difference if they manage to. And also, maybe early. Oh no, another fire. So well played by Stoico. Shots coming in from Demonar. Pushing on here. The UMP only found the pass. He's getting one though with the down. Taking out the M4, taking another fight. He's getting that. It was a good play from T3 on the edge. That really opened up everything here. 1 versus 2 here. Pedreno is the last one. Chief is slushing to make sure the kills go their way. Now he's taking a fight. Oh, he's getting close. He's actually getting the knock, and it's a 1v1. Pedreno has to go heal. His helmet is pretty broken, though. Let's see if they manage to play off that. Loops has 2 knocks. And they're going to try to go for
reviving. Loops is reviving. They got the revive up. Chief got the revive up. So they got 2 up. But they're going for the next revive as well. They might be having 3 men up right now because Pedreno had to heal up and he wasn't going offensive enough afterwards. Now, he's all sorts of trouble here. It's actually just the 2 of them from Loops here. So it's a 2 versus 1. Pedreno, he gets the first knock though. Now it's down to a 1 versus 1. And we see the nade being cooked here by Pedreno. Can he find it? Can he find the last one? Can he find Chief? It's a good nade, but Chief already moved up from there. And now, all information getting gathered here. Who's going to take it? Pedreno actually managed to clutch that out and bringing the first win here in the first game to Arnold Souls. What an ending. What an ending we got there.
And you know what? Chief actually managed to get the 3 vest and helmet from the crate as well. So yeah, he was fresh level 3 vest, full fresh level 3 gear. But Pedreno, he clutched it so big. He got, you know, another 1 versus 2. He took them down. He probably down 3 or 4 players in the very end game by himself to clutch this one here. So basically, you know, 5-6 extra points made by Pedreno himself in this clutch here in the very end game. So well played by him. And Honored Souls take our very first chicken. And we're gonna go to a break. This is our first game for the PUBG Mobile Pro League here in Brazil. And welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League here in Brazil. And that first game here for us was absolutely insane. To start off a ranked with a military game and a clutch like that in the ending, we are blessed to see this.
I mean, there was so much things happening as well. Before that, we didn't see anyone camping the bridges, but in the end, it was so clustered once we saw the circle moving over to Military Island, and it was just teams just stuck there, teams trying to swim across, and the teams that were already on Military Island played this so well. And of course we saw Loops versus Arnold Souls here in the end game with a 4 versus 4. It doesn't get better than that, with an even playground as well. And the clutch coming in, of course, in the end there by Pedreno. We saw him, of course, right here. This is the moment. I thought it was a little bit too late, because if you look at it, Chief, he's getting this this revive here, and after that, straight away, we saw that Emmanuel actually went for the next revive, but he didn't finish it off because Pedreno started to lay down some fire, started being aggressive, and that's exactly what he needed to do to be able to win that. This end clutch was just amazing to see. And of course, again, that would have been an amazing nade, but Chief just moved out of that position.
Yeah, exactly. And with that as well, the amount of kills that he got personally was absolutely insane. I actually felt that the tide of the battle swapped a few times, right? Because once we saw the drop come in and they managed to smoke, the Honored Souls was playing uphill. And that's also like, I was feeling Honor Souls was playing well, and they were like, okay, they might have that in the back. And then we saw the flank from Chief managing to get a knock and a flush and that as well. I was like, okay, now Loops has the upper hand. And then it was down to a clutch versus 1v1. Then they got the reses off, and it was back on Loops' side and back to Honored Souls again after the flush. But Chief actually managed to get full 3 gear from that crate. I was actually surprised to see that it hadn't been looted yet. So I was like, okay, he has level 3 gear. He has to win this, but then Pedreno just played so well. And look at that, the amount of kills from him and 849 damage as well for us. That's nuts.
Yeah, that is just nuts to see. I mean, also, he's on the assist leaderboard there as well, on the 4th place with 2 assists. But, I mean, it's all about those kills, right? Because those are he's able to translate the damage into kills. Look at that, 850 to 8 kills. And you can look at that and look at Stoico, for example, on the 2nd place on both those leaderboards, actually all 3 of them. He is only able to convert those 750 damage into 5 kills. That means that the conversion ratio here from Pedreno is so much better on the damage being effective into kills. Kills equals points, and that's why it's so important.
Yeah, and it was also super good to see Loops being able to get the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th spot after here the first game. This amount of points, both from Honored Soul and from Loops, must be such a confidence booster going into this. Obviously, going like just off the game, that like Loops is going to be like, we had this, guys, we had this in the bag. That's unfortunate, but the amount of points that they're able to squeeze out of this one here, they're going to be very comfortable coming in after the first game. So good to see from them being able to start off this well with them, both the amount of kills that they got, but also the placement points from being in the top 2, because obviously 15 points for first and 12, I believe, for second.
Yeah, I mean, just going into the last battle, the last 4v4, they had 9 kills each, Loops and Honored Souls. And we see, of course, Loops ended up on 12 kills, Honored Souls on 13 kills. But look at those points already. Honored Souls with 28 points, Loops on 2nd with 24. And then there's a big gap down to 3rd place on Black Dragons, only 14 points. I say only because that's kind of just half the points of the 2 leaders right now. And it just goes down, right? And this is just the first game, and we saw some good things coming out from a lot of the teams, but it's also nice to see some of the qualifying teams like Brazilian Kills being up there on the first leaderboard.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously for a rough game for some of our teams in the bottom. Alpha 7 Esports, one of the teams that we talked about, not ideal for them in terms of getting laid onto the circle. They're kind of waiting to see if the circle actually went back, and then they got stuck on the Western Bridge as well. So rough game for them, but we're obviously playing 15 games here in this weekend just alone, so I'm not too worried of them that they're going to be playing 12 of them, of course. So I'm not too worried that they're going to be able to pop off soon in the coming games. A rough start to the day and a rough start to the games, but super nice to see Honored Souls and Loops to be able to convert such a rough game for them. Because I was looking at Brazilian Killers, like they're sitting, you know, in a really good spot inside the pharmacy, but they just had so much pressure, especially from Loops and some of the other teams, that actually didn't manage to survive, and they didn't get too many points out of it. So yeah, Loops, Honored Souls to take by far the most of the points coming in for this, and more than half of the total points available is going, or nearly more than half of the total points available from the total amount of points throughout placement points. Getting into them, so that was good to see. But let's take a look at the MVP here. Obviously, nobody else than Pedreno here. 8 kills and the clutch for the win as well. I think that's probably one of the best MVPs that we're going to be seeing throughout maybe this whole weekend here, because that amount of kills alone, plus a clutch where he was basically nearly 1v3, but in a 1v2 situation, and he managed to play it out so well. And again, with the conversion rate from damage to kills as well, being able to be super effective. So good to see from Pedreno here.
I mean, look at that healing though, only 187. That's very little considering, like, if you look out on some of the other teams, they're gonna have so much more healing because they were out in the blue for such a long time. You get yourself knocked once, you get yourself into a few fights, you take a lot of damage, you try to heal that up. 187, that's pretty reasonable for it.
Yeah, for sure. Let's showcase as well. While we jump into things again, we're super excited to be here looking at these games here. After game number 1, I'm just thinking we're in for a great day here. Like, we're taking a look at some of the games and some of the players, and I wish I could be as good as these guys here. Like, you can just see how fast they are. They're literally lightning fast on this, and I would say that both of us were pretty good playing on some of the other platforms as well, but these guys are just on another level.
They're definitely on another level. We saw Rise Esports, of course, in the previous game here, having a little bit of trouble. They were down to only Nunes towards the end there, but this is an amazing team. I expect a lot from these guys. I mean, 2 of the guys as well, Mythic, Gary, two of the players we know, got a lot of MVPs throughout the last year, and you want to see more from them. It was a little bit of a bad first game, but hey, everything to come back from right now after games like that. So let's just see if they can rise up in these games here tonight.
Yeah, for sure. We're expecting these guys to definitely be in the top 4 once we go in and we get some more games on the board. It's obviously about the amount of games you're playing. We're going to be each team is going to be playing 12 games. You're going to be sitting out 1 game per day and sitting out 1 map. So everyone's playing exactly the even amount of maps. So it's perfect for that as well. But Rise definitely one of the teams. Top 4, I would say, is definitely something we're expecting of them, and that's something we're going to be seeing if they're able to achieve as well. We can't say just too much after just 1 game, but I'm confident we're going to be seeing lots of things from these guys that we've seen in the future, in the past as well, and we're going to be seeing that in the future too.
I mean, if you look at the past experience, they're one of the best teams here in the lobby. Got themselves a 3rd place in the last season, then moving on to Americas, they got themselves a 2nd place, moving on to the PMGC, where they got themselves a 12th place, but still a lot of experience from that team.
For sure. And let's talk about a little about predictions here. Once what we've seen from the first game, what are your predictions going into the rest of the day and maybe into the next game here for us?
I really like what I saw from Black Dragons. We talked a little bit about them briefly during the game. They didn't do too much, but what we saw from them, how they were playing it out, how they would set themselves up for the next circles, how they were just taking a lot of control. The circle didn't favor them. They had a little bit of tough luck because of that to work their way into the game. It didn't really work out, but I mean, in the end, I feel like what we saw from them, that's something you want to see much more from. And if that's what they can show us in the first game, I want to know what they can show us in the next game.
It's kind of rude of you taking my team here, because I was going to be like, okay, Black Dragons, we saw them take some really good macro rotations. We're going to be seeing them on Miramar now, and we're going to be seeing some more good macro rotations from them. So I'll actually hunk up with you, and I'm going to predict the same issue with Black Dragons as well, that once you go into Miramar, we're going to see some more good rotations from them, and they're going to be able to convert a little bit more, because they're going to be playing on a bigger map where they have more space as well. And with that, I actually think they're going to be able to show us a little bit more placement, and consistency is obviously a huge thing from them, and if they're able to do what they did in the last game, you saw, we were talking about it once we saw them briefly, they were taking so much control on the southern side of the circle, and if they didn't go up against some of the teams at the same time, we could have potentially seen them in a top 4 situation in that game. So let's see if they're able to continue that kind of macro rotation style here on Miramar, because it's such a big map. Obviously there's so much space, and once we talk macro rotations, you know, getting into your car, making good decisions, seeing if you can put yourself and put your team into a spot where you can have your backs free and you can play forward and play aggressive with that and focus on the late game. I think we're going to be seeing some good things from Black Dragons for that, for sure.
Definitely. And here we go, head to head a little bit, Pedreno versus Stoico. And I mean, we saw both of them being able to get themselves a lot of the kills for the teams here, and that's going to be so many points. It's such a boost, not for just the team, but also for yourself as a player coming in here. This is the first game, and you're able to put out this much damage, get this many kills. That's going to make sure that you're going to be on point for the upcoming games here as well.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, head to head here with these two guys are we don't want to focus on anyone else, because right now these are our two standout players, and I don't really expect that the teams and the top players will be able to continue this performance here, because this is really the amount of damage that they're able to put in, the amount of kills. If some of these teams are able to put that up on the board consistently, if we see 3, 4, 5 kills from some of the players consistently throughout the games that they're playing, like straight up, they're just going to be winning the MVP reward from the beginning of that. If Pedreno is able to reproduce that, once a day or maybe even once a weekend, just give him the trophy already from my sake. Like, that was an insane performance, especially also from Loops here with Stoico.
Yeah, it's so important to have such a good start from both of these two teams, even though I'd say Loops is kind of towards the top and Orange Souls is definitely towards the top teams we have here. But at the same time, basically, when you're up against teams like Alpha 7, you kind of want to have this head start. It gives you a little bit of a cushion to work with throughout the games here. But we're only working for the top 16 right now. That is the goal right now. Get top 16 throughout these 3 days. That will put you into the league play. That's where you're going to accumulate points towards the finals. So most important thing here, just not bomb out, not be in the bottom 4. If you do that, you're all good, you're all safe.
Yeah, for sure. And again, as you say here, being able to do that is also being able to play consistently across all of them. And let's take a look at Miramar here while we talk about some of the teams before we get into the game. We're about a minute and a half out. Miramar, as we talked about, big macro rotations, big play styles with that, and being able to play that consistently. That if you can transfer that kind of aggressive play style and combine that with your macro rotations, we're going to be seeing some of the teams really dominate here. Obviously, some of the close combat fights that we saw in Wrangle here on the south side of military is kind of close to what the style that we're going to see on Sanhok, but here you have to combine your macro rotations with your aggressive playstyle if you want to get close to some of the teams as well. And so some of the players are playing completely different. Like, the adaptive playstyle is of course so important here for us.
Yeah, 100%. And if you compare it to the first map, for example, what we saw in there, we didn't really see any hot drops. People taking it a little bit slower. They want to make sure that they don't just rush it in. They don't want to hot drop teams. And I think it's going to be kind of the same thing here. People want to find their spot on the map itself and know where they're going to be playing from. But yeah, also, of course, this time moving in, we're gonna have some teams that we didn't see in the first game. Those teams is gonna be Flamengo, Influence Rage, Never Down, and Storm Gaming. And moving out is gonna be Arf Battle, Rise Esports, Intense Game, and Fact Esports. But that's only for this game. So let's see this play, Martin. What do you think about it?
That's just what I was cringing in my toes about. I was like, this is gonna be such a rough plane. Basically, none of the teams can reach, probably Chumasura, Minas, Valdelmar, La Bahia. It's hard to get as well. Puerto is hard to get to, and the amount of teams that's going to be playing on the east side is going to be vastly different comparison to the teams that are going to be playing on the west side, because even getting to Monte Nuevo is going to be super rough. So let's say if you see any hot drops here. What I want to get back to a little bit though for us is what we talked about before, is that you just need to get top 16 to get into the league day so you can qualify for the final. So this is basically a bit of a training, right? It's only bottom 4 that's not playing, and then so the qualifications here is obviously important, but I feel like this is the games that you also want to test out stuff. You want to contest for your spot as well. And that's what I'm really interested in seeing in some of these games here is, are we going to see some contests? Are we going to see some teams try to fight for some of the drop spots they want to keep once we get into the league days and once we get into the final as well?
Yeah, and I really want to see more of that contesting happening to be able to do it. As you're saying, this is the time, only top 16, because you don't want to do it through the league play itself. It's just too important to get those points to make sure that you move on to the finals from there. So here's the best time right now, especially in the start as well, when teams might not expect it. They might expect you to go for your own drop spot. And
no way.
We got ourselves a little bit of that action. Out of all the places, this was not the one I thought it would be happening on.
Oh my God!
In the middle.
12. Oh no!
Almost got him.
And these guys can afford it as well for us. They literally just got so many points in the last game. They're like, all right, let's get some 3 points of this one here. Not the kill for that one. There's GZ God as well coming into it. Myth popping off. Nuno scouting to see where Quick Revenge is going. They're going to be going away with that. They're following them.
So
Okay,
funny
they're
to see
coming.
that.
Yeah.
It's basically just like, I'm naked, but I'm just gonna go here and scout a little bit for us.
Yeah, for sure. Without any guns or anything. If he had a gun though, like he'd probably be sweeping like one or two of those guys. It's easy points for that as well.
Yeah.
But having that one. Sharks in a rough game last one. They tried to go for boat rotation, but Brazilian Killers kind of destroyed that for them. Here we see Brazilian Killers as well. Gustav with some of the initial shots coming out from the boat, destroying the boat as well. A rough one for them, but a good start. Unfortunately, we didn't see too much of them in the middle game. They were contested on the pharmacy and military. Unfortunately for them in Alpha 7 here, they were contested on the Western Bridge in those, 3 or 4 teams that was trying to get into that. Shocks, here's Jesus Dex. See, he's able to maybe get a point around. I think he's just going to leave it or maybe take shots once they leave.
Oh.
He's actually got connected a headshot on that or a neck shot maybe even. That was really,
Not enough
really
to get that knock though. Not enough.
Nope.
But I mean, it's also showing your presence, right? He doesn't want to do it too early because then he might just get crashed on. It was really good timing. Once they were driving away, that's when you take the shots. Make sure, okay, he's not facing me. If he starts turning around, I'm just going to gun him down. But since he's just leaving, now's a good time for me to try to get those shots in. And I mean, he did manage to get a little damage, but not a knock and not a kill. Not yet.
No. Ground Zero mercenaries are, of course, here now, and they're able to take Picado for themselves, uncontested. And if they're able to just by, being the first team to get on the first time that they're playing Miramar, just getting it kind of for free, then that could mean a lot of things because Picado is such a vital and such a good spot to drop in. Lots of loot in the arena and the casino everywhere. And we'll see if they're going to be able to continue to keep it once they get into the league as well, and if they're even able to qualify for the league. But what we saw from them this last game, I was like, okay, these guys are playing aggressive enough, smart play style enough that they're going to be able to make it into the top 16. So I'm definitely hopeful for that. Pretty decent circle though for this playing path, literally in between La Cabrera and Eastern Islands. So I'm not too worried for the teams, but obviously the pressure is very, very heavy on the southern side compared to how many teams is actually in the north, because it's what, like 4 teams in the north, the rest is in the middle and the south side of the circle. So if this next circle doesn't go south for us, it's going to be really, really rough for the teams on the south side. And that is where we're talking about macro rotations, right? Because we're coming into this where once we get into circle 2 and 3, that is where you're going to have to make those big macro rotations.
That is so true. And I mean, if you start looking at what the circle is looking like, you can see a lot of people will be just south of the center of the circle because the center isn't really that playable. Of course, you have Hacienda, but except for that, it's a lot of open space there, just a little bit south of it, which will push all the teams kind of being just south, east, and west around of that center point. And that means that with a lot of teams stuck there, depending on where the next circle will go, we might see a big bloodbath happening there. Not really similar to what we saw in the last game when the circle moved over to Military Island, but still a lot of teams wanting to take that prime position for themselves, make sure that they are set up, not just for the next circle, but for the whole game. If you get a good compound, it might be a game-winning move that you're making, taking a good compound here in circle 1, actually.
Yeah, for sure. If you're into one of those compounds that you're going to be into a good spot where you can play out on a fruit run afterwards, it's going to be a good game for you for sure. Never Down, Stoico, trying to get some information already. For a little bit of a information fight with Smoke Esports here with Heisen. It's coming in from the system. Oh, a knock here. Quick Revenge. So unfortunate for them. They also had a rough game in the last one. And the Ground Zero mercenaries are able to get the first elimination of Miramar. More shots coming in as well. Oh, he knew exactly where he was. Putting in pressure. He's going to be taken down with M4 from Doug.
That's a thing, right? You see how Ground Zero was playing this out so greatly. They were just taking it easy. They were just scouting out, letting them get closer. And once they got close enough, that's when it started to shooting. They didn't want to go too early because once they were in the open, once we saw Quick Revenge being in the open, that's when they started firing at them because then they have nowhere to go. They have no cover to work with. They're basically just free kills there for you.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see what Loops is able to do. They're getting some information. Chief, impressive play from the last one. Let's see the replay from Duck. Oh, that's actually post the kills here. They already have the kills at that point. Oh, here we go. Two of them getting the first one, and then Duck getting this one. That's a good one here. Hugo was really out on the edge right there. I don't think they knew that they were here at this point, or at least the push was on a rough situation for them. And then Duck pushes some more pressure on with the UMP, and Duck just flies up with M4. Now Chief over here on the high ground rocks.
High ground.
High ground with the good information. Loops is really good at information gathering. I really like the playstyle we've seen from them so far. They're playing in a spot where they basically can get half of the circle worth of information, and they know where to play from the next one and take their cars and make that macro rotation that we were talking about if the circle doesn't close to them. And they're closing down those high ground spots to make sure nobody gets close to their teammates. So really well played by them so far. I'm liking what I'm seeing here from Loops.
Oh, totally agree with that. And yeah, but if you look at it, like them having that high ground, they already have all the information. They're looking around. The next circle is about to pop, and they already have all the information where all the other teams close to them are. Look at this. They gotta be in the center of the next circle. They don't even need to move. They just gotta stay there and say, hey, we're sitting pretty comfortable here. Let's just hold this down and let all the other teams come to us. Inco, though, they are pretty close there. But it's a little bit of movement coming in here from them still. And I guess they don't really need to move that much, so they just got to drive back.
I think they're staying in that compound. Yeah, I think they're staying in that compound, just getting the car safe, making sure if the circle goes away from them, they still have their cars. I'll see how well they're able to play that for sure. But Loops' play paying off, and now they have so much information and they're able to decide where to go. But now, obviously, big rotations are coming in, the circles are being played. I was just going to say before, I was surprised that no one is playing the double barns, south of Krusenwald, because that's obviously a good the road as well. Talents from Black Dragons here.
See, some of the teams actually trying to get themselves into the circle. Basically, all except for 3 teams was trying to move around there. Shocks were already in a good spot. Loops, of course, that we talked about in Inco. All the other teams, except for these 3 teams, were trying to rotate their way in. And so far, some of them have found their way in. Some are still outside. But if you look at it right now, on the north side of the map towards Cruz, look at how open it is. There is not a single team over there right now. I want to see the circle move up there, the next circle. Can you imagine all the teams needing to go through that valley from the south side? That would be insane bloodbath happening there. It's just, it would be juicy to see.
That would be the value of basically. I would love to see that. Let's see if that happens while this circle closes here. Some more pressure coming in. We saw Black Dragons on the southern side of the circle, and now they're able to jump into the cars and make that macro rotation that we're talking about. Let's see how deep they're going to be able to get themselves into the circle. Inco, obviously, I like this play here from Golden. He's playing in a spot where he can get the information to make sure that they're not being breached from the south side. So he's playing on the top of the hill while the compound is still safe. So a play off information is what we like. Storm Gaming here with Dudu. Some shots are coming in. Let's see if they're able to put in some more pressure from it.
Storm Gaming, I have some high hopes for them. So far, haven't really showed me that. We'll just have to wait and see, I guess. But I mean, they're taking a lot of shots here right now, trying to make something happen. I think it's against Never Down over there that they're shooting at. Nothing yet. Nothing is happening. So I'll give for them. Alpha 7, Carilla is down, but not out. Just crawling around a little bit, waiting for that revive to happen. Smoke, though, they're the ones putting down the pressure here. But look at that. Alpha 7, they're going for that little flank there. It looks like it. No, Mafiosa is actually going back, but Smokecast actually got straight up to them. Matt is going back up. Very close. But he only gets 1 knock before he gets... No, 2 knocks before he gets himself knocked. It's kind of an even fight here right now.
And Swagin has to try to get with the pressure. And Prodigy, Molotov didn't connect. Oh, now they're attacking. Oh, they got 2 knocks though. Hickman from the side, from smoke, playing super well. The circle went super far west. We're gonna talk about that later though. Oh, Hickman's gone close, going down as well. Now it's a 1 versus 1. Oh my god, he got him from that range. Swagwin. Fantastic. And they're actually gonna be able, if they don't get consensus, they're gonna be able to get everyone up as well. That's so well played from Alpha 7 with the points coming in from that as well. A super important fight.
No one was close to them, so they're going to be totally fine. Meanwhile, we saw the circle pop as well. It's going to move to the west. It didn't move to the north as we expected, or not expected, but wanted. Instead, we're going to have the trifecta in the play with the 3 roads meeting each other. And what we know from that is there's a lot of open field north of that spot, meaning that a lot of that will be unplayable. We have a lot of teams, as we talked about earlier, being from the south side. They're going to stick to the south side. That's where we have the most ground to play from. Loops up here, still inside. They don't need to move and still getting so much information right now. And of course, they're not going to get as many kills. They're not going to be able to shoot too many people. But in the end, it's all about how many points they can accrue. And we saw them in the last game. They're pretty good at that so far.
That's pretty nice to see from them. And now, obviously, the rotation coming in from Alpha 7, putting on some pressure onto Storm. Kind of on the edge here. The circle's going to be pressuring. That's some good shots. Actually got a knock onto Dudu. Now 7 is also in a pretty rough spot. Ooh, more shots coming in from Matusin. That's unfortunate for them. Never down onto another fight here. And actually getting some of the kills from Alpha 7. And now the circle's going to be putting a lot of pressure on them.
Yeah, we got 3 teams stuck here, basically. The ones who's in the best spot right now, that's Alpha 7. They're most to the south side, meaning that they get closest to the circle, and they have basically a free passage. They can choose if they want to hold or not. Meanwhile, Black Dragon getting 1 knock here on Orange Souls, and it's looking like a battle of this zone here as well. And it's a little bit of trading back and forth, but Black Dragons are the ones who are furthest outside the zone. And looking at it, Orange Souls, they're not going to try to make a move on this. They just want to hold it out. You can see here that they still have a decent amount of meds, so it's not too bad. They have 1 man down already, though. It looks like they're going to opt to get inside the circle instead. Never down. Still outside the circle on the north side, but hey, they still have 3 men up. And it looks like they're just going to be able to make it in. That freeway fight we had with Never Down, Storm, and Alpha 7 actually never finished. So we might see a continuation of that later on. For now, all of them are getting inside the circle, and we're about to see the next circle popping here. And as you can see, oh my, look at that. That is insane. We basically have 2 teams inside the circle right now. 2 out of 15 teams inside the circle, and half of the circle is just open playing field. There's nothing to play there.
That is so rough for the team side here with back-to-back Western shifts like that, and it's like in a spot, as you said, where there's so little to play. I'm expecting a lot of teams to try to go close to Hacienda, maybe. Let's see here from Ground Zero. They could potentially be gatekeeping some of the spots up here. They're close to Graveyard, also close to... Oh, yeah.
You know who's laughing about this circle? Alpha 7 moving in from the north side. They basically got themselves a super good position now into this next one. That basically was a hard shift up to the northwest. It was just free passing for him to get inside. And now they got himself a good spot to play from. Meanwhile, a lot of teams like Inter, they're trying to work their way in, doing good work here on Brazilian Killers. But they are in the center circle here, basically, and they don't need to take this fight. And right now, they're just trying to make as much damage as possible, weakening that team, make sure that, hey, if we need to push that later, we already know that they're going to be at least 1 man down because we took them out.
Ooh, he's getting shot from the side here. High ground here is from ground, so it's pretty good, but the amount of pressure coming in from the east here for us, without them being inside the circle, is going to be rough. Fighting with Stoico. It was pretty good nade here. 7 gets down. That's another fight off the side of it.
Storm doing the work right now.
Oh.
Meanwhile,
a
little bit of trading going back and forth here. So many teams right now trying to fight each other, and we can see on the south side there's 4-team fight going right here right now. 4 different teams. all of them know we don't have many choices right now, but we have a chance to get a few kills, get a few points before we even try to make our way into this circle, because it's just so awful for us right now.
Yeah, this is. I would actually want to see some of the prioritizations coming towards trying to get into the circle, because that fight on the edge here, that is not going to get them into a good position here. They're not going to get too many points off from that. So let's see what they tend to do, and if they're able to actually get out of it. Nicolas trying to push onto Flamengo here. Oh, nice play. Nice wiggle. Oh! Not able to get it in for. Ooh. Super well played by Nicolas. He's down to nothing. He's probably going to go down to zone, actually, with the circle pushing in now. Off to the side, though. Myth is going down as well. Honored Souls in the fight as well. He's actually making it.
That was so important as well. That was so important. Sure. Not only is he getting that kill, but he's also making his way into the circle because of that. We saw that his two teammates were not even close to him, but they're already taking their vehicle, and they're here right now. But Ground Zero, they're waiting for it. Doug, he's waiting. He's heard the vehicle. He's taking the shots, but it's not going to happen. He actually didn't even get a knock there. Such a good player from Flamengo. And now they have free passage in here. But on the east side, meanwhile, Inko in a big fight here versus Storm. Looks like Inko is going to win this fight for now to get himself a few kills. And yeah, I think that's Storm that went out there right now. Flamengo, we're talking about having a rough time here in the open, trying to make their way in. Last man standing here, Maxon, a little bit low on HP, but it's going to be all fine. He has the cover to work with. Chief, he's looking for some more kills. They only got 2. I'm saying only because they only have 2 compared to last game where they ended on 12 kills, right? But that's 2 more on the board for them right now. And that's another team wiped, and looking good for them to making sure that they get another top 3 position maybe.
Yeah, and the circle actually pops us on the crossroads compound, 50-50 split with the other side of the road, so we might see some end-game fights here. Stoico already in a really good spot here for Loops. As you said here, top 3, I'm pretty sure they can get top 3 with this position. If they're able to defend the compound just there, I would say that's pretty good. But let's see what Quick Wrench decides to do. It looks like it's a breach on the south side of the circle. And they could be ready for them. No shots coming in. Ooh, Alpha 7, Revo. We're going to see to do trying to put pressure on them. They are not inside the circle, but they could potentially play auto from this next one here. They're trying to get to the north side. Alpha 7 is going to have a really rough spot in this one. I don't see them making it into the top 5 from their current position.
No, that's going to be rough for them. Meanwhile, though, Ants, they're making a really good move here. They're not really making a move. They're just holding their ground. We started earlier, but this compound is just outside the next zone. But meanwhile, they're trying to hold this, holding the whole edge of them, trying to take out both Inko and Alpha 7 at the same time because they know they have Brazilian kills just inside the circle. But remember, they are weak in that team. They already took one of the Brazilian kills out, meaning that they know if they can finish out this one clean and square for them, having all 4 up, it's going to be easy pushing to Brazilian kills for them later on.
Yeah, for sure. And let's see if they're able to continue that. Brazilian kills are only 2 alive, though, I think. So they could be taking a fight onto them. Inko is trying to get to be alive here with smoke. Rotations are coming into them as well. That's right. Revo gets, I think it was never down. He's down himself. Soon, yeah, Revo actually gets that down. I think he got 2 of never down, actually, from that. It's going to be knocked himself. Oh, what a shot coming in from that. Mayo with that from Brazilian Killers also joining in with that. And Rafioso, too. Let's see if they're able to put onto the pressure and keep that on the edge here. But they have to fight as well, INTC.
There are some huge kills that we saw there, of course. Being able to take out 2 from Never Down means that that's 2 points that they secured. Never Down goes out there, but at the same time, and still holding the ground here. They have 2 members that are knocked, and they're probably not going to be able to get the revives looking at it right now. But they're still alive for now. But the question is, how much more can they do, though? Not much.
I think on 7 as well. 2 kills for them, though. With the placement points for them. Loops in a really good spot here again with Honored Souls actually out. So Loops could definitely be taking the first place and nearly securing themselves a top spot in the top 16 if they manage to get another good game, though. Let's just see on the east fights. And the circle actually went on the other side of the road. So they are going to be fight with that. I like the play from Kick Revenge. They actually managed to make a circle. It's coming into Stoico though. Let's see if they're able to get that rotation for Kick Revenge. Oh, he's knocked. That is unfortunate though. Cadosen. Pressure coming in as well.
Yeah, that's gonna work out. But they still have one up on the high ground there that can make his move. And meanwhile, though, Influence Rage, we're seeing them being a little bit more alive here, getting to 5 kills so far here. But they have to work a lot to get into the circle. They have Evil Key that is basically keeping them on the edge of the circle. Here's the move, trying to get that shot. Oh, meanwhile, Brazilian Killers does take out in the end there, though. So Brazilian Killers making sure that they're holding the ground on the north side. But the circle went to the south, so they gotta start moving as well.
So many teams going down as well. We're actually down to just 3 teams left now. And
look at the whole move. The control they have right now with that 2-2 split. I mean, basically, they have control. They have so much control. They can force Brazilian Killers to go towards Vivo Key, which means if those two teams start fighting, Loops is just going to try to third party it and try to get themselves those angles to work with for it.
Yeah, for sure. Loops just want to force a fight between Brazilian Killers and Vivo Key to make sure that they're the last team third partying right now. And if Brazilian Killers don't have enough smokes across the road to kind of push onto Cielo, then it's going to be a rough one for them. And we could see a 4 versus 4 if both Vivo Key and Loops focus them. But as you said here, I'm definitely thinking and hoping that we're going to see Brazilian Killers try to cross the road, and we'll see if Loops just leave them alone and try to go for that. Oh, Maya with a nice shot though. Ooh, got his broken that. Ooh, Hadiki.
That didn't work out, but they're broken in one buggy now.
Oh no, it's gonna be a straight up deny. He actually got, so Loops Demeanor actually went for some of the points for that. Actually managed to get one of them, I believe. And now it's Vivo and Loops in a 4. I love this 4 versus 4 here, and then let's see what they're able to do. If they're able to get a kind of a revenge after the last game where they weren't able to win the game, but they got a top 2. But a top 2 back-to-back secured with another 8 kills here for Loops. That is impressive.
That is more impressive if you ask me. But at the same time, though, Vivo Keys, they going strong here still. Ooh, actually, Cielo is going down. He was the flank man there. Now, we all know that all 3 of the rest of Vivo Key, they're all grouped up over there. And as you can see, Loops, they still have so much control with that 2-2 split. They have so many angles. This is going to be so rough for Vivo Key. They're going to have to put in some insane shots here if they want to get those knocks, get this fight going against Loops, because right now it's looking like it's a one-way street, and it's Loop that is gonna go down that street.
Yeah, for sure. And look at the amount of control they have in the circles we were talking about before here. Loops again completely controlling this with a 2-2 split. Vivo Kid have to focus, and they have to focus on one side. But Diego going down, Chief with a fantastic opening here. They're trying to go for a cover chase with that. Oh yeah, McGrillen actually gone down.
That one.
No, that was not the play. He tried. So had to do something, but they had to do it together. Oh, got one down.
That's Adrian. A first. 3 more to go. Mini Godzilla helping him out there. Second game for Loops, get the second game. That is his first place after second place. These guys are just insane so far here, Martin.
It's good to see here. Stoico coming in as well. Chief, these guys have been performing so well in the first 2 games. And, you know, just with these 2 games here, they're going to be pretty much safe and secure in the top 16 already with the amount of performance that they had. This is kind of unheard of with the amount of points. So congratulations to Loops here with the winner chicken dinner after the second game here of the pro. But we're going to have a short break, and we're going to be back with game number 3 after that. And we are back here with the PUBG Mobile Pro League in Brazil, and obviously here we just had a second game with Loops taking the first place after the second place in the first game for us. This is again, it's close to unheard of how well these guys are performing just out of the gates, right? The confidence from just these two games here. We're going to be seeing great things from these guys, I'm sure.
I mean, looking at it, if they just keep on playing decently, not as good as they've been playing now, but decently, step down a little bit, they basically already secured themselves a spot. Actually, I take it back, they already secured themselves a spot into the league play, I'd say, for the upcoming one. So right now, this is all just practice for them. They can do whatever they want. They can go ham on some other teams. If they don't like those teams, they're dropping on loop spots or they're disturbing loops. Now's the time for Loops to do something about it. They can just screw a little bit with them. After getting a first, a second with these many kills, it's just unheard of.
Yeah, and again, early game, high ground rotations, high ground decision making. And again, we were talking about, okay, they were probably just going to leave these guys and let them pressure B1D1, but they actually wanted some of the points. They put pressure on them because they're so certain of the amount of control that they had in the circle, the amount of control that they had with their 2-2 split, that B1D1 was forced not to do anything. And McGrillen here as well, trying to make a play with the car to try to get into the rock or the crate, left them just nothing here. Adrian actually got one, but Loops, it's a great situation with this. Like, they were getting, I think it was 12 points just in kills from that, and 15 from the win. That's another 27 for Loops here. Great decision making, a great Loops. And as I was talking about here just before our short break, I'm expecting great things from these guys. Like, with the performance and the confidence from these two games alone here, we're definitely going to be seeing more great things from the team Loops.
Hopefully they just don't hit the brakes too much though after these two games, because sometimes that can happen. You get a little bit too confident. You're like, hey, it's all good, we got this many points, we're just gonna go all through. But this is only for one league play of week though, so they got to be careful. But once again, we got ourselves some top here, and Demonor this time with 6 kills, topping that leaderboard. And look at that, the transition again from the damage to the kills. He only had 546 damage, meaning that he probably stole a kill or maybe even 2 there.
It's good to see, obviously, the amount of kills from Loops coming in as Chief as well. I think they had 10 in the total. Did I say that? I think it was 12 in total, right? So half of them coming from Demeanor. Great to see again the performance, and also spread out. We saw some good stuff from Chiefs, 3 kills from him this time here. But Loops on the second one in terms of damage, 3 of the guys is in the top 5 for the amount of damage put out in this. That's impressive to see from Loops here as well. Also good to see Never Down coming in with Stoico, some 2 assists on the right side of the board as well, and to start off the game with that. I'm hoping to see more from them, and if they're able to step up here. Good to see Miramar. A lot of the things we were talking about here with the macro rotations was also really important. We were looking at, obviously we're able to see everything, we see all the teams on the map, but with the amount of circle shifts we had 2 Western amount of teams on the south. It was just crazy, incredible.
Yeah, and of course we want to see more from that. But here we go. Here's the leaderboard from the last game, and of course Loops that got that win. They got himself 15 points for that. But also, as you mentioned, 12 kills. This time, no other team were that close with the kills, and the highest one after that would be B1D1. We saw him getting that second place, 18 points. That's a really good thing for them as well. Brazilian Killers, again, one of the qualified teams that is still on the first page of the leaderboard. We saw them last game as well. It was a little bit further down, it was a little bit less points, and this time we also have Alpha 7 up here.
Yeah, Alpha 7 trying to put up some points on the board with consistency. They couldn't get into the placement, but if they're able to just put on 7 kills every game-ish, then they're going to be fine as well. And what you don't want to be is being less than those 2 or 3 points here in the bottom 4, bottom 5, because then you can be left out of our league days. The qualifications here, obviously, you're playing for the top 16, so we're going to be seeing some more experimental gameplay and some more aggressive gameplay, because the teams, once you have a few good games, you're basically secured into the top 16. So what you just want to do is just the points. And let's take a look at the MVP as well here for us. Let's see. Of course, it's with this 6 kills out of the 12 from this team.
Yeah, I mean, we're not surprised, right? Yeah, 119 healing. That is so low. But again, we saw them having so much control. They were a little bit lucky with the circles wall, but they took a good spot to play from, and that is the key to why they were able to get all of those circles. They knew if we take this, we have a lot of space to work with. We also have a lot of control no matter where the circle will go.
Yeah, and obviously standing there with the L in the finger, standing Loops. Good to see demeanor here, and Loops with the consistent performance already. You're expecting more things after just 2 games. Some of our favorites, Alpha 7, had another kind of rough game in terms of how far they could get into the late game, but they still managed to put on 7 kills on the board. And again, that's consistency. That's the consistency we need. If you just put on those 5, 6, 7 points every game over an average, you're going to be completely fine. You're going to be making into the league play. And again, we're talking about this experimental gameplay. You can play a little bit more aggressive, you can play a little bit more loose, and you can see how the other teams are playing with these games here, because you're just trying to make it into the top 6. You play those important league days to try to qualify for the finals.
Yeah, and I mean, there's been a lot of roster changes, which means that a lot of the gameplay and playstyle is changed up for the teams itself. And sometimes you just want to move things around. You want to try out new things as well. This is a great time. Not only do you have great competition to do with, but I mean, overall, this is kind of like some of the top players, some of the top teams that you're playing up against, and not a better place to do that than here. But here we go. Overall leaderboard. What's your take on this?
Yeah, obviously so far Loops in the top with 51 total points. I would say just with this and the amount of points they're gonna get for the rest of the games for the weekend here, that's gonna be fine. Like, they're already in the top 16. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that they're gonna be able to put on an average of 3 to 4, 5 over that. But I'm kind of curious to see how far they can take it, though. Untitled Souls rough game in the last one, but first game they obviously won. Brazilian Killers. This is one of the underdogs we're talking about. One of the qualified teams coming in here, and then being able to consistently come in here and play so far with this. It's great to see, honestly. I'm happy to see the amount of kills and the amount of points that they're coming in. The consistency is key here for us.
Yeah, consistency is key, of course, but at the same time, don't be bottom 4. That is the main thing. And a team like Untitled Souls, we saw them, of course, they went out with 0 points here in the second game, but because of how good they did in the first game, they were still second on the overall leaderboard. And that's what we're talking about, right? You have that cushion to work with if you have those awesome games. Oops. They just bottom the cushion until the next league play, basically.
Yeah, for sure, and that's obviously more we're gonna see. But I'm pretty excited here once we get into the next few games here. We're gonna be seeing obviously new 4 teams coming out, and we're gonna be seeing Sanok. I'm honestly ecstatic to get this going here, because once we get into this, we're gonna be seeing the teams playing that are able to play aggressive, play super aggressive, but they have to be quick about it, because once you finish a fight, or when you have a fight going, there's gonna be more than one team lurking and trying to get into that third party for us.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the Sanok is more of a little bit of a wild card map. But here we go. Here we're looking at the last 8 teams here from the previous game, of course. And as we talked about, Untitled Souls, they got 0 points to this one, but it was still second in the overall leaderboard. And I think it's also Black Dragons. We were talking highly about them after the first game, but we didn't see much from them in this one. He got himself 2 kills. That is at least 2 points on the board, and that is the thing, right? At least they're not striking out with a 0, and that's important in the long run.
Exactly, and on top of that as well, they were in that southern side of the circle that we're talking about, right? Because once you have those shifts that are going, away, and we were talking about in the beginning, we were looking at, okay, there's 4 or 5 teams in the north, the rest of the teams, 10, 11 teams, 12 teams are in the south, and that is putting so much pressure on the south side of the circle. So if the circle don't come to the southern teams, the first circle did come kind of south, but the rest of the circles, they went away from the south, they went far west, right? And that means the amount of pressure that is coming from the south side with the teams playing in the south is going to be so much higher, and we're going to be seeing so much more teams fighting for it. And if you engage yourself in those kind of fights, you're putting on so much pressure on your team and giving you less time for those macro decision gameplays and plays that we're looking to get to see from Black Dragons here. But obviously only 2 games played so far. Let's see if they're able to continue those play styles. I would like to see some of the decisions making that we saw from Alpha 7 as well, right? Because that was was a very coherent gameplay from them. They were like, okay, it is 2 Western shifts. That means there's going to be a lot of teams on the south. There's going to be a lot of teams on the east. Let's try to go into the north side. And that was super well played. Again, let's take a look at the total leaderboard here. And our top 10 loops, 51 points, 2 matches played so far for them. Influence rate, only 1 game played for them, but 11 points total so far from them. That's pretty good from 1 game just.
Yeah, I mean, coming in here, that's the first game, that's the first feeling of this lobby overall, and they got everything still to play for. Getting himself that 11 and being on the top 10 for now. Out of the 20 teams that we have here, of course, we still have some teams that hasn't played yet, and I mean, overall, it's not the end of the day if you go out with a few points here. You still have so many games, so many times you can just clutch it out and make sure that you accrue the needed points. And remember, it's only the bottom 4 you don't want to be in. Those spots are the ones who will not move on to the league play. And for this whole weekend here, for these 3 days, we're just playing for the top 16.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously playing 12 games each, they're playing 4 games a day. We're having one of the groups to sit out between every match. We're starting with E, and then we go into D, and then the kind of reverse way of the alphabetical order. So the last game of the day, the group A is not going to be playing. Once we get into Sanak here, group C is not going to be playing. They're going to be swapping it around, playing other maps, but still keeping the same style where the groups are sitting out. But they're going to be playing exactly 4 times Sanak, 4 times Miramar, 4 times Erangel, so that's perfect with that. 12 games to try to qualify for the top 16 to try to go into this league play. And once we get into the league play for us, that is where they're trying to accrue some of the points for the final, where we're playing in the very last weekend here in the end of April, and we're going to be seeing the teams trying to get into that and try to get into the league play to get as many points as they can to try to qualify for that final.
Yeah, so you don't want to give it all out right now. You want to make sure that you save some of the energy till the league play itself. Right now, just make it to top 16. That's where you get into league play, and that's where you want to use all of your energy, making sure that you get even more points there. But I mean, as we've been talking about this whole time as well, it's all about the practice. It's all about making sure that you perfect your game and bring that when it's needed. Right now, maybe not the time, but you can work on that small stuff, and all that small stuff, it will just add up, and in the end you just make your game, your play style, everything just a little bit better, and towards the end you're just gonna have perfection.
Yeah, exactly. And with that as well, I'm kind of surprised that now, obviously, first 2 games, kind of rough playing path. We had a Georgia pole to us to the east playing with the first one, but a Capoeira towards the east as well, ending over Impala as well with the first Miramar game. But I'm surprised we haven't seen too much contest here for us. Like, if you want to fight for some of the good spots, I feel like this is the time to do it in the qualification, where it's only 4 teams that is not making it into the league play. What is your take on this?
I guess in a way, like, you don't want to bomb it out too early either, because if you do, that also means that you're just going to be sitting there watching, you can't be able to play yourself, and you're not going to be able to practice anything. So you're not just going to do anything at all, and it's just not going to be good for you. This is some of the best practice you can get. This is always going to be 10 times better than any scrims you're going to ever have. So basically, them just all trying to do their best here right now. You don't want to drop out on top of anyone. Not now, at least, but that is something you could work on later on. Maybe towards the last day, we might see a little bit more, because right now, it could also be that all the teams are like feeling out a little bit. Okay, where are the other teams that are dropping? We'll get that information. We'll see, depending on the playing paths as well. So we're 100% sure that we're actually dropping on the team we want to drop on, and not maybe another team that has taken their spot.
Yeah, exactly. And once we get through with the day, we might see some more of these contests here, if that is the plan of the teams here. Obviously, Pukata Pachinko is super important. I'm curious to see what bootcamp is going to be on Sanak as well, because we are not playing only one. Today we're only playing one of it, but we're playing even about matches across all 3 maps as well. So that's going to be completely evened out and fine with that. So once we get into Sanak, we're going to see the bootcamp contest, hopefully. I'm crossing my fingers here, because there's nothing more than I love, a good bootcamp brawl once we get into that. And again, it has insane dude. It's one of the best spots on the map, if not the best one, with the best access towards the next circles as well. So see once we get into Senate with that who survives. But I don't know, what is your kind of feeling with the teams that are standing out? What do you want to be in the first group that is playing in the first map, or do you want to wait until the very end of the day to kind of sit over the last match? Because I feel like you kind of have a little bit of an advantage being the team. You like play the first 4 matches, kind of feel like a bit like an advantage, at least like mentally, you know.
You like that way. I'm gonna contradict you. I want to go the other way. But before we talk about that, let's take a look here on Iron Souls instead. One of the teams, of course, we know was one of the very strong teams here that we have in this lobby. We saw them in the last season, in season 2 of PMPL Brazil, get himself a 2nd place, moving into the Americas. He got himself that 11th place. Wasn't enough to move on to PMGC, but here they are. We saw them in the first game as well, taking home that chicken dinner, and that accrued them a lot of points. And so far, I mean, what was it we saw? Pedreno had like 6 kills alone in the first game, I think. That is something you want to see, not from him. Oh, 8, yeah, maybe it was even 8. But you want to see more of that coming out from everyone. We don't want to see everything always being stacked on one player. You want to see it being even throughout the whole team. That means no matter what happens, no matter who's going to be out of the team, maybe in a game, if someone dies, you're still going to be able to make those clutches. Everybody is not just, or the whole team is just not dependent on one person, one player.
Yeah, for sure. We're definitely going to see more great things from Iron Souls, just from we saw from that first game. You know, you can have your hit or miss games, but if you go out with having a performance like that in just some of the games, you're going to be completely fine for sure. But as you said, we want to see consistent performance from everyone and see everyone step up to the plate once we get into that. So it's good to take a look here at Iron Souls. Very convenient with our first game winners, and good to see that we're going to be seeing more things from them. But then you, as you said, 8 kills. Crazy performance in terms of first clutch gameplay from them, and let's see how they're able to perform for the rest of the qualification weekend. And then obviously in the next weekend we're playing the first league play, then we're having a short break, not playing that weekend in between, and then we're going back into qualification and league until we get to the final to see how many points that the teams have played. We have about 2 or 3 minutes until the next match. We're going to be talking a little bit about some of the teams coming into it. What team do you think is going to be our standout? What team do you think is going to be in boot camp, and do you think it's going to be contested? Because that's a really interesting one here.
Ooh, that is actually a good one. I'm not totally sure about that, but I really like, honestly, what we saw from Influence Rage coming in here to the first game on Miramar. We saw him being able, I think it was 5 kills or something like that, and it got 11 points in total, I think it was. But that also shows you that's the first performance here, right? And then being able to do that in just one game, I'm expecting more. We saw him holding a good hold on the northwest side towards the end game there as well. It had a little bit of a rough time getting into the circle though, but that's also because the circle basically went the other way, just hard shifted away from them. If they had a circle on the other hand, it might have just been a totally another story, and that's kind of what I want to see more from me and Influence Rage here in the upcoming game.
Yeah, for sure. Like if you're able to put out consistently, 10 to 11 points per game, you're going to be completely fine as well. I'm curious though, Ground Zero was able to get Picado for themselves. Are they going to be contesting bootcamp though? That's one for me. Like if they're contesting bootcamp, if they're in lone bootcamp, or if they're just, one of the teams that just likes to play center as well, we could see more teams contest them. But again, it's such a small map that it feels like we have to see some contests coming into this one. Obviously 16 teams in a map where like with some goodwill you could probably fit in 12 13 teams and split out where they don't fight, unless you're looting all the way to the west, all the way to the east as well, where it's just the small fisher camps and you're kind of just satisfied with that. But I definitely want to see some of the teams fight for this, because this is the time to do it. We're talking about it, right? You want to fight for some of the good spots, and if you're able to win some of those fights, the other teams might back out, especially if that team has a worse performance here in one of the first days in qualifications for you.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about all of this, let's go in and look at the next map, because it is going to be Sanhok, and it is gonna have boot camp. Boot camp is such a phenomenal, such a beautiful place, and I mean, this is where you want to land. There's so much loot as well, and it's in the center of the map, as you were talking about. You get so much time to work on and be able to just rotate whatever. It doesn't matter where the circle will go, but you also gotta be careful because it is Sanok. There's gonna be so many teams just hiding on high ground and waiting for you to take that fight. And once that fight happens, that's when they're gonna start third partying you. This is third party paradise. That's the second name of Sanok.
What is paradise on paradise on Sanok? Is that third party paradise? That's perfect.
I guess.
All right, we're ready to play the game here. Perfect plane path with this though for us here. We're starting off the south. We're going across. We're gonna see a few. Wow, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. It looks like we're gonna have a paradise, and boot camp.
Well, look at this. Look at what team is gonna go for boot camp. It's gonna be Alpha 7. Wait, are they contested? It looks like we have another team there as well.
They are. That's perfect. I like this. I like what I'm seeing here. We're going to have a fight. We're going to have an important fight for this. This is the best place to land. The most central, the best loot. Alpha 7 is going to be fighting for it. And this is obviously one of the favorites coming into this. Let's see if they're going to be taking the fight straight up to them. I like what I'm seeing so far. Looks like
this looks like this is not going to be the only hot drop we're going to see here in this game right now either. So we're just going to have to wait and see what's going to happen. All right, so the other team is Influence Rage. I was talking about earlier. I like what we saw from Miramar, but let's see. Can they stand the ground here? They got the middle here. They got the full control of it, but at the same time, that means the Alpha 7 got all the angles, and they can take, just being able to take them out one by one if they make a bad move here.
Yeah, for sure. But that's another thing, right? If you're landing in the middle, the so-called lobster, if you're able to control that, you can kind of isolate some of the teams, though. But Matos actually putting some pressure. Doesn't have a gun, does he? I don't think he... Oh, he doesn't have
That's
a gun.
That's a one-way fight.
Nino is just getting taken down here with an AK. That's unfortunately. But they don't need the points. It's fine. They're all good. Good one here for Smoke. They needed the points. They want to put its consistent performance in here, and that one extra point here is going to have a good start for them. GC God though, he's running towards Crick. Oh, another rise with Smoke.
Oh no!
Did he hear that?
Wait, did he not see him?
He saw him. He's taking it out. He's gonna.
Yeah. He just doesn't know that GC God doesn't have any weapon or anything to work with at all. Oh, he's even getting shot in the back here. Perfect pinch, so to say, onto a very defenseless human being. And that is going to be 2 points going to them and 2-man down for Orange Souls. That is detrimental for them. In the last game, we saw them, Orange Souls, getting out with 0 points, 0 kills. And now, again, it's not looking good. Already 2-man down. And we're only a few minutes into this game here.
All right, Alpha 7 actually left and disengaged the fight a little bit to go on the warehouse on the northern side here. And obviously it's a northern shift, northern ending here. So that is either a potential gatekeep of Influence Rage, or they're going to take a fight on the high ground hill with that as well. But I like this from Influence Rage. They're contesting it, but they're not getting the full benefit of having boot camp when they're sharing it, because you cannot loot as fast. You're not getting as much loot out of it. But let's see what they're going to do once we get into more Sanoks tomorrow. We're only playing one Sanok today. The group C is not playing in this game here, and we're going to be swapping back and forth a little bit. Next game is going to be Group B, and then the last game of the day, Group A, is not playing with the 20 teams that we're playing in this. On Smoke, they have lost 1 player so far. Hickman got found. We're down to just 61 players so far, and you know what? This circle here, I'm just saying it's going to be a rough one, because there is 4 teams on the west, and there's 1 more team, Loops, actually is trying to go on the western side to swing in over that. So that western bridge for us is going to be a rough third party.
Yeah, I think that's what we saw Alpha 7 leaving bootcamp that early and saying, hey, we don't want to take this fight, because they saw the circle. They were thinking, this is not worth it. If we just wait this out, if we take this fight, it's going to be dragged out. Fighting in bootcamp, there's just too many angles, too much places to hide from. That means that it's going to be dragged out. A new team will come in and try to third party, and you're going to be stuck in all bad positions. Now, instead, they opt to move into the circle, trying to get themselves into a spot where they know that they can rotate into the next circle from as well. Meanwhile, they can also keep a little eye there on the Influence Rage, making sure what are they doing? What did they do? If they can scout them out and see, okay, they're moving that way, they might be trying to do the same thing next time if they drop on top of them again. So gathering all that information is really good.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see what Flamingo decides to do. And again, this open area here across and close to Paradise is a really rough area to play because there's a lot of roads that you have to cross, especially you see here in front with Flamingo. You have to cross those big games. You don't have to do so. It's going to be a rough one for the Maxim. Flamingo hitting some shots. They actually got pretty down. Actually got him down with the shots coming in. Usada with some good knocks. They actually nearly got the flush as well. I think it's a lost cause there. That's really, really unfortunate for Smoke losing another player with that. And they're hunkering down in this compound. For Quizen as well. And GG Play. Putting on some pressure with that. Yeah, Smoke is down. I don't think he's going to get him. Oh. For Geo, he's down for sure. Heisen and Matus is going to be the last two players left from Smoke. Decent play that we've seen from them so far. Look at this.
Two teams that have lost two players.
It's a standoff. Oh. INTC is here. Matus is here against two Smoke players. Let's see what that happens with as well. One loops. G play on G with Flamingo and Loop. Those are taken down. Stoico almost taken one down as well. It's actually a 1v1 here. Stoico's harvest. Listen,
yeah.
harvest.
Stoico last man up.
Mid kid now. There's one rest only though for us. Oh my god. That's a long range shot onto Blue. He's 7.
That's 3 kills. 3 points. Not only that, but you're also taking down the #1 team right now.
For sure. Stoico. Ooh, he's low. He has to loot for more. Backpack, vest. Mina. He's gonna go for the flushes soon. Flamingo. Both the guys in this compound he is knocked. He's gonna get off. Shot from Rivel on that range. GG played. Out here from Flamingo. Half flushed as well. That is so unfortunate. More shots coming in as well. And now INCC here with the fight and Smoke. We were talking about it before. The standoff. Ooh, he's going to take down Matus. Nitos with a nice shot. Nice place pushing in. Oh, that's so well played here by INTC. They're actually only getting 1 knock. It's on the other side of the street. I think it's Xerox. Let's see if he's going to be able to take him down. I think Smoke is completely taken out. Yeah, they're completely taken out of the game. Unfortunately, early for Smoke here. They did get 1 kill, 1 elimination, 1 point from this game. But going out this early is going to be rough for them. Getting too many points out of it.
I mean, Loops is also, they're just down to 1 player. I think it was Stoico, right? The last one, yeah, we can see him there on the screen right now. And looks like Fact Esports, they just want to find him. They want to eliminate them because they know not only is that a free point if they can do that, but also taking down the leaders is good for everyone right now, considering what kind of lead Loops have. This is something a little bit more unusual, though. We're going to see a little bit of swimming going on. Sometimes that's not too bad, taking a little dip into the water. I mean, it's tropical weather, sun is out. I would go for a swim as well.
Yeah, 100%. Let's see what the circle tends to do and what we're going to be seeing. It's closing slowly here. We're going to be having 2 more minutes. Ooh, Stoico with some shots from Never Down. Ooh, more coming in. Ooh, more fights coming in from Never Down. This is a good hold onto ground zero. Oh, he's taking down low himself. Look at that.
Yeah, they got to be careful. They don't want to get themselves knocked. Made.
Chili's being
not going to find anyone. Showing presence, and it looks like Ground Zero is getting shot from the side as well. Yeah, Fact Esports is shooting them down from the sides, but did Never Down get a knock? I don't think they did, right? So they're not 100% sure, even though they see this, they're not sure that it's Ground Zero that is over there. If they knew, we might have seen a push happening already. Right now, they're taking a little bit slower. Looking at the circle, then, I mean, all the teams trying to get themselves comfortable. A lot of teams here working around. The cliffs here just kind of, not only is it elevated, so you get a lot of information if you look around you, but also the fact that you have so much space, so much small spots to play from, having a lot of cover. But you got to be careful. Make sure that those nades are not coming in. All those utilities that could be used. Never down though. Still holding it down. Oh, are they gonna? Ground Zero is gonna swim away now. Lost one player. Lucas is down, but they still have 3 men up. They just gonna try to get away from there. It's not working out for them. As we can see, almost all the teams have made it in, but look at how clustered it is towards the center of the circle there. Everyone wants to just be there. They don't want to be moving around. This is the map. If any map, you want to rotate as little as possible. Every time you rotate, that means you're putting yourself into harm's position. People could be anywhere on this map. They could just be prone waiting for you. You don't want that to happen. That's why you're just laying there. If you're in a good spot, you just wait it out. Wait for the next circle that we're about to see. And again, it's going to move north, and that's about 50%. I'd say maybe 40% of the circle. That's going to be water, meaning that some of the teams still need to move in. Not many, though. Right now, we have 2 teams in the south and 1 team on the west that needs to move in. Except from that, everybody else is already in the circle. Sure, you can move yourself in a little bit more towards the center, sitting a little bit more comfortable, but you don't need to. And that's the whole thing. If you don't need to, on Sano, you don't want to move.
Yeah, for sure. Especially if you're holding some of the good compounds that you know that you're able to play good from late game. That is really what we love to see. High ground compounds is really good, but if you have to move away from them, it's hard to get off of because everyone can see you. If you have a compound that is close to high ground where you can run up to, especially here from Hard Tin and some of the close compounds around it, it's kind of good to play from as well. Circle is closing in, and Brazilian Killers is waiting with the information that they say no. A7 is close. Nice knock here. Maya, you on pressure from onto Art, I think it is. And they're definitely putting on the pressure, making sure they get that knock here. Oh, Maya needs a new position. Nice to get up there. Nice, real good. Vaulting into the compound. Let us see if Art of Battle is able to battle this one out and try to defend this location here. They are pressured out on the edge a little bit. And we'll see if it's going on well here. We hear a crate and supply drop coming in close. See if anyone is getting jumping onto that as well. Gusta and Brazilian Killers and gatekeep on the western edge. And they're trying to hold out of battle right now. Never down. Currently looting a little bit. Circle is going to be closing in soon.
Checking the water. Trying to find some fish to fry, but not finding any right now, though. And still holding down the ground here, never down. They have the high ground. That's what we're talking about. They have so much control just having that, because if you can hold the sides there, you know that no one else can pick up what the lock. Basically, you have your back free, and that is one of the most, I'd say, comfortable thing you can have in this game. Knowing that your back is going to be free, because you can freely just look forward and just focus on what you have in front of you. And right now, that would be this team, Fact Esports.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, there's a little bait crate in the middle, so they're able to kind of hold that out as well. Also, did you know that Never Down always played high ground compounds?
They never played down?
Never playing down. Very smart. But they're kind of giving their strategy away, you know. That I'm not sure if that's the right play now. Jokes aside here, circle's closing in, and this next circle here is obviously crucial. We have the gatekeeper on the western Hard 10. Could be a little bit of a battle with that. They have the time to do so, but the center of the circle is already really congested. Most of the team is already playing close to Cow and playing close in the center of the circle, and the next circle is the really important one here, because not a lot of teams, they keep cast on Sanak. It's such a small map that most of the teams have to play on foot.
Look over here, though, towards Hatin there. It's just gonna be a little bit rough, right? We have 3 teams even. No, it's just 2 teams, but they gonna need to cross the river. On the other side, you have Fact Esports, but they are pretty split up. They have Fact Esports got a big 2-1-1 split right now on the main island there, and they gotta be careful because if they are not, you might get some swimmers, some fish coming out from the water, and they're gonna bite you. These ones have teeth on it. I'll tell you that.
It's piranha, so yeah. Oh,
Yes.
the next one is north for us. There's so much water in play. Tadmark and Cow is going to be great here. You know, Fact Esports here might actually have a good situation to play. If they pull back and they play on the edges, on the north side of the ridges, they might actually have a really good play to try to get into this one here. We'll see if they're able to get back together. But we're seeing some rotations actually coming in. Stoico is making a play.
Dangerous from him.
Yeah, Stoico's making a play.
Looks like it didn't work out.
Oh, Loops. Stoico died. Let's see here from Influence Rage. Federal in a gatekeep situation. Little boy as well. They know it's Storm Gaming is close here. They have the information. They're trying to get some jump peek and some jump information from it. They have heard them run. All right, Alpha 7. Fioso. Flamingo.
That's not where you want to park the bike.
No, there's no cover there. They're trying to silent it, trying to get in and see if they can push in behind them. But nope, Alpha 7 is just cleaning up a little bit more. That's 3 kills for them so far. They get 7 in the last game here for us. So they're able to consistently 7 kills. They don't even need to perform. They're going to get in. Maybe, you know what? Maybe they're just saving all the strategies. They're saving all the secret strategies for the finals. You know, that could be a big play as well. See what they do here. Intense game. Peep is a little bit chilling here. He's actually in a pretty damn good spot in the circle here, close to Tadmark, but he could be hurt. He's moving a little bit around. 0 kills for him so far. All his teammates are coming close to him, but he's trying to look around to get information. The information game is so important here in Circle 3 and 4 in Zanak, because you're going to have so many oh my god. All right, guys, I know. Look at all those fish. And obviously 3 points as well. 8 points, and they're, you know what, I actually really like this from Brazilian Killers. They're aware of art of battle being out there. They're basically gatekeeping them out in the water because they know that they can get closer to the ridges before them and shoot them out before them. So let's just be making a macro gameplay in the water while gatekeeping another team that's further underwater. That's just 5 head. I like that. It's 200 IQ gameplay.
Never down. Looks like they're not on the high ground anymore. They're on even ground here with ground 0. So let's see what's going to happen here. Fisco is down to very low HP, but still not knocked. So not bad so far. Ground 0, they only have 2 players up though. Remember that. They lost 2 players earlier. So this is a rough one for them right now. They need to find the initial knocks there on Never Down if they wanted to go their way, being a 2 versus 4. And Never Down is doing a good job to get that knock on Duck, and that's going to be a 1 versus 4 right now. Is he still going to take the fight, or is he going to try to run? He has nowhere to run. Let's put it that way. It's just a matter of time now. Can he get a knock? Can he get the flush? It could be a point secured. No, it's not gonna be that. And Never Down. They're not backing down yet. They got themselves 1 guy knocked, but that's about it. It's still going to be 4-man strong. And yeah, look at that. Fact Esports, they moved up to the north as we were talking about, grouped up a little bit. And that circle, that is going to go to Tadmark. And yeah, if you're a team like Ants, you moved here early, you're happy about that because you made a good decision. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I wonder if Fact Esports know that they have Brazilian Killers and Art of Battle outside there. Let's look at the replay here. Alpha 7 just cleaning up Flamingo. That bike rotation is just too late. You give so much information, so much sound when you're driving here in Santa because everyone's just so close to each other. INTC here is 0-6. It's in a good shot. Oh my god, it took half his HP to do that on Alpha 7. Amount of pressure coming in from Tadmark. They're in a really good spot here for the next circle. They can basically run easily into it. Let's see if they're able to do so. But
here comes Storm. All focused on that 1 fish that they know about. So they gotta be careful, but that's the thing, right? You know that's only part of the circle that it still has a little bit of water. It's gonna be on the north side, just east of Fact Esports. So they might start looking over here, and that's what we see here from Bro. Now he's actually looking more towards the west side, just making sure, see if he can spot any more people. But they gotta be careful. There's still people moving in on land as well, coming in from the west side there, and that's gonna be never down actually. So they're not totally free yet. Actually, one goes down. Fact Esports, 3 men up right now. Not going to be focusing too much on the water anymore. And this is going to leave some space for the teams that are swinging around to maybe get themselves up here. Now, Fact Esports getting pushed by Never Down, coming with their high ground again. And they're getting their initial knocks here. 2 knocks, actually. And now it's just down to 2 players on Fact Esports. They had everything to play. They had so much control, but they were not able to hold it down, and they left that. And you can see they knew about Brazilian kills, but they're able to get out of the water and get a kill there. And now, Fact Esports down to just 1 player, Sadler.
And you know what? Out of Battle had some Michael Phelps level of rotation in the water. They actually made it in here. They swam faster and closer than Brazilian Killers because they didn't get spotted. So they actually made it onto land here, actually getting a pretty good spot into Cow. Grafa already in here for 0-6, still gatekeeping A7. A7's in a rough spot, but the circle actually did go their way. I'm pretty sure they have a pretty good play, but it's a really, it didn't go their way here because they're shooting south. So A7 has to make a good move. And INTC, 3 kills so far. They might be able to pick up some more.
It's going to be rough trying for Alpha 7 trying to come in from the south side. They need to make a big rotation if they can. Meanwhile, Mayfair, last man standing. No, he actually got the revive. So both him and Pedreno are still up. Remember, they lost 2 players early on in the start of the game. Right now, they're looking for some revenge. They're trying to get as many kills as possible. Pedreno finding the first one of Brazilian kills. And that's 1 point going their way right now. And that is what they need. They need some redemption. Another one going down. They're just picking it out one by one. They took over Fact Esports fishing spot. Their favorite fishing spot is now taken over by Orange Souls. And they're just going for every fish in the water.
Look at all those fishies, and they're getting all the points as well. Oh, yeah, NTC is actually popping off, getting Revo down, and the circle is pushing them. Alpha 7 is such in a rough spot again. They had some good moves. They got some good points from it, though. They're going to have to make a struggle in, have to make a move. Nope, not getting out of that as well. And the amount of pressure coming in for him from Needles is actually crazy. Rise as well in a decent spot. They have to fight later, though. Oh, Marshall's coming in. Rafinha has low himself. He's coming, and it's phase 5, so it's going to be very heavy damage-wise. Out of battle, and
straight into the water.
Yeah, jumping straight into the water, trying to survive, because that's actually some of the safe spots right now. Now, Honored Soul and Out of Battle is going to have a fight here. It looks like Pedreno and Myth is kind of aware of the situation, though. INTC in a really good spot. They are... Oh my god, they pull up from that well.
You want to take that back? Rise is coming in here. But no, they're getting shot in the back as well. This is the third party.
Another one. Nunez popping off. He's popping off to the circle, though. What's the damage? Oh my god, going down to the blue. Nunez actually managed to get 2. Nunez got a knock and a flush from it. They were not aware of Out of Battle being in so close. But we're going to have his feet. That's the player with the UMP getting shot. It's hitting him low, though. He has to heal. He really is pushing.
Oh, he gets it high ground. That is huge.
They're chasing.
You gotta be careful for all of the Molotovs.
Agility coming off. He's aware, though.
This is great for Pedreno. He's still ticking up some more health. He's not full health yet. Holding his ground still. But also, this means that he's attracting more people coming over here.
Shots coming in deep, intense game, trying to make some plays as well. Oh my god, well played here by NTC with that play, pushing it from both sides. Boy from Intense Game also joining this fight here. Out of battle with a good nade coming in from Paye. Intense Game, super well played here in the aggro play, trying to make the last guys out of Kao. Kapiao from Kukurench is taken down. That's the last Kukurench. We're down to just 5 teams with an MG3 as well, destroying their competition here. Opposition is taking out Paye, popping off. And Grafa as well. These shots coming in. ITC taking down low. Was that a knock? I'm not sure. No, it wasn't. Stoico It's taken down from 06. All right.
Look at this though, right now.
Oh,
We have 2 solos.
No, he's not. No way. He's not making it in. There's absolutely no chance. Getting a 4.
Just trying to find something.
Easy. 5 teams left. It's a 5 versus 3 intense games versus INTC here, and so far intense games have actually gotten 5 kills. Their play, keeping all the power actually played off, and now Pai got a headshot knock onto INTC. He has to go for the insta revive, otherwise nothing is happening. But this is the opening for intense game. They have to run into the circle with 1 smoke or 2 smokes. They could actually make a play for it, and yeah, they're actually smoking. And it's an offensive smoke as well from Grafa. So well played here, putting on pressure with the MG3. 30 bullets left. See if he can make a play. 19 bullets so far. No more bullets. 11. Oh, 0. He has to swap out them. 426 bullets. That's a half HP. And for 6x, trying to spray this one for us. Let's see if they can actually keep the pressure onto this one. 3 helmet on him though. Oh, yes. Oh, he can reload.
Okay, reload. There you go. Look at it, and they can't really do anything though. They're just stuck there right now. Oh, yeah. It's just a matter of time before they're gonna go down. If they stand up, if they try to peek anything, they're just gonna go down.
Oh, look at that. He's throwing them down with MG3. Intense game. We're winning a chicken dinner for us. Look at that. Perfect play from them. They get kept cows so well there for us.
Yeah, and our first team who actually qualified into here, we saw him getting their first place in the qualifiers, getting himself in here and getting himself their first chicken dinner so far here in the 3rd game. Well played from them. We saw him pop off towards the end. Early on in the game, as you were saying, they were a little bit quieter, but it was all about the end game, right? They guided so many kills, and on top of that, they get that chicken dinner, and that's 15 free points for them, basically.
Exactly, and on top of that, you know, I've been super impressed with after our first 3 games here for us. Our qualifying teams have actually been playing extremely well. I am so surprised to see, not surprised, but so happy to see them coming into this. They're playing against the dogs out, the big dogs out of the Season 2 league as well, and they're making their move and showing that they really belong here into the top 16 after the qualifying games.
Yeah, I mean, with a win like that, that's going to put them at least on the top 10 right now. And again, we're just playing for the top 16. And if they can keep on having steady games like this, well, maybe not even like this, but having some good steady games, that means that they can take it a little bit more easy. They know that they're going to be safely through, and they can work more on whatever they need to work on to be able to become a better team and make sure that they can fight in the finals as well in the end.
All right, that's our 3rd day. We have 2 more games to go, guys. We're going to be right back with the next game after this short break. All right, obviously here with the replay of us.
Yeah, a little bit what we saw from the last game, man. It was a great game, man, especially for Intense, who got the win there in the end. It was very easy towards the end when they only had Ints left, and they had him in a little chicken coop, as you can see, just hiding behind the fences. They had nothing they could do, basically. And this is it, right? When you get forced into a position like this, sometimes you gotta rethink about, what are you gonna do? Do you take the revive there or not? Because if they didn't do the revive, they might have been able to put some more pressure into them. But since they didn't do that, they only got themselves a second place. But hey, second place, that would be good enough in my books, because that's still 12 points to the team.
Yeah, for sure. And with that as well, you know, like there's the two options we were talking about. Revive or go for the knocks, but they were already like 3 guys up, and the amount of pressure that you could put on with MG3 consistently is just crazy. But here we see our top players so far from this last game here after our first Sanak, and I was actually happy to see how well Sanak played out here. The teams played out so well. It's a rough circle, and they were able to get a lot of kills here. We see a good game from Quick Revenge, 5 kills here from Migo, and able to get that. If you can consistently contribute, you know, 3 kills per game per player, it's going to be a crazy game for them. So being able to see 5 from him so far here is great. They were in a rough situation in the circle, but they managed to still get a lot of points out of this game here.
First time we see a little bit more of a spread, but if you look on the damage though, in the middle, you can see that Int actually had 3 members up there on that top 5 leaderboard, and that shows you how much they were basically just gunning down people, but they weren't able to make it towards the end there. They got themselves a few kills, and I mean, they got themselves a second place, so it's not bad at all, especially on Sanok. I see Sanok more of like a little bit of a wildcard map. Anything could happen, and if you have a good game on Sanok, that's great. That is so good, because sometimes you just don't know, especially with rough circles like we just had there. That is really nice to get.
Yeah, for sure. Like in these situations here where you get into a good spot into the circle, can still be completely destroyed by somebody sneaking out of the water, or somebody deciding to drive into your compound or something else, and you're going to lose 1 or 2 players. We saw it from Flamingo. They had to take bikes trying to get into the circle. They lost 12-7, and they were just left to try to get into the spot to try to get points out of it. But let's see with that. Let's take a look at the schedule here for us while we talk a bit about the last games. We have 2 more games of today, and we're going to be playing 10 more games in the last part of the weekend here. So 5 games tomorrow again. We're going to be swapping in between the games with that as well, and also playing Sunday. So lots of PUBG Mobile coming your way.
I mean, that's some good games we had so far in the first 3 games. And now this is the leaderboard from the last game. As you can see, Intense game, they got himself that win and the 7 kills. That's gonna accrue them 22 points. Ends, of course, again, only got that second place, but 8 kills on top of that, 20 points, never down. We saw him having a lot of battles, playing a lot of the high ground, and it worked out. It kind of worked out. 16 points, not bad at all. And Quick Revenge, we saw that, yeah, 7 kills, 5 of them from 1 person. Storm Gaming, though, they got himself 10 placement points, but 0 kills. It's still points on the board, so it doesn't really matter where they come from as long as you're getting those points.
Yeah, but it's hard to consistently place, you know, 3rd place every game, right? So we want to see some of those kills as well. But great from them, trying to get into this here. One of the kind of underdogs for you that we're seeing. One of the teams I was surprised to see how well they were able to get into that was the amount of points we saw from Out of Battle. Like they swam all the way from Hatin on the west side, actually took over. Michael Phelps style Brazilian killers swam faster than them and got into the Cove of Cow and actually survived that. So that was great to see as well. And Ground Zero with the first kind of bad game for them, 0 points from this game so far. And we'll probably see some more good things from them, especially when they have Picardo to themselves here on Miramar.
Yeah, of course. And yeah, Loops going out with just 1 point, but I mean, with that lead that they had coming into this game, that's not a problem at all for them. And if anything, hey, they learned a little bit more on how to play Sanok and how to not play Sanok, I guess. Then basically, it's all fine. I mean, 3rd game, they still have that enormous lead that's basically already secured them into the first league play that we're gonna have next weekend, of course. So right now, it's all about that practice for them, all about figuring out what's working for them, what's not working for them.
I feel like that's what we see from the players as well, right? We're in a situation where, right, Senak is a hard map to play. It's an aggressive map, and if we see some of the teams that are coming into that, it's going to be some of the teams that are playing aggressive here. Rafa from Intense Game obviously get them the MVP of this match here. 800 damage versus only 100 healing talks how well these guys were able to play around the circle, how well they were able to position themselves in the late game. They were the team that were third partying the last teams coming out of Cow. They took the southwest side of that compound, or the city rather, and they managed to gatekeep everyone out and have 3 players survive from that as well. So super well played here. Congrats to Rafa for taking the MVP and best man of the match in this third game here on Senak.
Also great to see, of course, from a team that just qualified into the PMPL here. Getting through the qualify itself can sometimes be one of the hardest things, but being able to actually perform here as well, that's what you want to see, and that's going to be a good boost for the whole team, being able to get that third chicken dinner. That's an early one as well, not just a late one, like early one. That's going to be such a good boost, not just for this weekend, but throughout the whole league here, I feel like.
Yeah, for sure. And again, as we were talking about before the break here, Frost, our qualifying teams coming in from the qualifiers, they're able to play so well so far. Here, let's take a look at the top 10. We're coming in here. Brazilian Killers in the top, Intense Game in the top. Like, it's crazy to see how well these teams were able to play. That's just amazing, honestly.
I mean, yeah, we talk about Intense Game that won the game, one of the qualifying teams, but you also got to look below them. On 5th place, you have Brazilian Killers, also a team who qualified in here. They actually barely qualified. They was on the verge that they didn't. I think they qualified with like 3 points more than the 5th place team. And 3 points out of 180 points or something like that. So that means that they barely made it, but they're showing up big time here right now. So far, at least, being number 5 here on the overall leaderboard.
All right, let's take a look at the bottom as well. Sharks Gaming, Ground Zero. Smoked and Fact is down here. Obviously, it's the 2 of the qualifying teams that had a bit of a rough so far. Fact only played 2 games so far, so they're going to be playing the last 2 games of the day. Smoke's going to take a break. I'm not sure if it's this upcoming game they're taking a break, the last one. I think it's the upcoming. Oh, it's actually the last one, I think, right there in Group A, I'm pretty sure. So let's take a look at how deep they're going to be going into this one here. Alpha 7, a team I did not expect after 3 games to be on the latter side of the leaderboard here with the bottom 10. 16 points, 14 of those are coming from kills, and that's kind of unusual to see from Alpha 7, Ross.
Yeah, that is a little bit unusual, but at the same time, you have to look at how rough the circle has been as well. It's been really rough games for them, but being able to still putting up 14 kills, that means that they know that, all right, we're not doing too bad here. We're still in a contesting of being in the top 10, and again, it's all about the top 16, so it doesn't matter if you're going to be on 11th place, even though that's not where they normally sit. That's not where you're expecting them to be, and probably they don't expect themselves to be down there as well by the end of this weekend.
And I was saying a little bit, maybe, like teasing a little bit. Do you think they could be saving some strategies, not showing their real potential strength here? Let's see if we're gonna be doing that here. But let's take a look at the head-to-head. And it's gonna be Domínio versus Pedreno. All right, so 10 kills and 8 kills from these 2 guys. Pedreno actually is this must be the total so far. Pedreno 8 in the first game alone. So that's kind of impressive to see that he's still standing out here with 1,000 damage as well. And 8 knockouts, 10 knockouts for Domínio, but not unexpected to see these 2 guys and from these 2 teams here in the head-to-head for us.
Yeah, I mean, also you got to look at how rough it's been for Arnsel, especially in the last game there. Basically lost 2 players early on, and then Pedreno was one of them who needed to basically clutch it out. And they got himself very far into the game there. They got himself, I think it was 2 kills and a few placement points on top of that, which is a really good salvage. Losing 2 players like basically straight off the bat after that game, and I mean, with a rough circle like that, being able to salvage that kind of shows you how great of a team they are, that they can actually make that kind of stuff happen.
Exactly. So coming into the last 2 games here, we're going to see some more dominations from Loop. So we're going to see Honor Souls come back and do some more, or we're going to see Alpha 7 come back and show that they're actually the favorites, because I really want to see some placement gameplay from them here, because I feel like the team when they're thriving the most, that's where they're both getting the kills, but also getting into those top 3, top 4 situations where they're able to kind of close it up, because that's where we see their strong gameplay. At least that's what we've seen from them in the past, at least.
100%, but at the same time, I don't think they're too worried, because they know how good of a team they are. So they know that, hey, even if we're just doing a little bit bad, maybe sure, it's just 2 more games today. We'll just play it out as it goes as it goes, and we don't care too much about it. We'll just reset our mindsets going into tomorrow and the day after that instead, and make sure that we play better those 2 days. And these 2 upcoming games, they're not gonna care too much, I don't think.
All right, let's take a look at Vivo Keith so far. They had a top 2 situation on Miramar. Let's take a look at the showcase from them. Are you expecting some more things from them? Obviously, the gameplay we saw against Loops, there was a rough situation. There were only 3 guys live and they didn't have the circle, but so far they obviously had some placements, better placements than Alpha 7. But what do you think about Vivo Keith here for us?
I mean, I think we saw most of them on Miramar, right? And that's kind of what you want to see on a map like Miramar, where it matters a lot more with the macro play itself. You want to see what the team is able to actually perform there, what they're able to do with what they're working with. And so far, it's not too bad, but I mean, is it really where we expected them to be as well? I'm not really sure yet. I feel like we have so much more to see from them, and I want to see more from them. I want to see like things like this one. If you look at how they're putting down all that pressure, all that fire, while they're making sure that they're gonna just like flank around, work together as one unit, and just like putting all this pressure. And this is what you want to see from a team, right? They know exactly what they're doing, they know how to execute it, and you just want to see a little bit more of that.
Yeah, if they can replicate some of the stuff we saw from their Miramar gameplay, putting themselves into the positions, I'm sure we're going to see some chicken dinners coming out from them for sure. But Loops definitely had the upper hand. I feel like there was no way that they're going to win that game, but definitely still coming in with the placement points. It's looking good so far. If they can continue this game style, or even, you know, a few more top placements, continue with the kills as well, they're easily going to make it into the league. And obviously that's the big focus right now. Feel out the rest of the lobby and then see how the teams are playing out, and try to see if you can make the most out of it, and also make sure that you get into the top 16. And I'm definitely sure that we're gonna see Vivo Keith do so for us.
Yeah, and you also got to remember that, like, since we're swapping out all the not all the teams, but some of the teams from game to game, it also changes up the whole dynamic of the whole lobby, of the whole game. No matter if we played Miramar before, if we played Aerial before, and we're going back to it here later tonight, it's still a little bit different. And also, of course, depends a lot on the playing path itself, where it's gonna be, because we saw Miramar, for example, that one was pretty bad, while the one on Aerial was a little bit more neutral towards the center. And that will determine a lot of the factors where we're gonna see teams are gonna be dropping, where they like to play from. And also, do you have any other teams that are dropping close to you on your spot, even maybe sometimes, that will be in your way? And it's all about getting to just like adapt on the fly sometimes, and it's kind of the bread and butter of the game, right? You need to adapt, because a lot of times you'll be in a situation where you haven't been in before. You might have been in similar situations, but it's almost never gonna be like a replicate situation of what you've been in before. It's not gonna be the same spot, it's not gonna be the same circle, it's not gonna be the same team, not gonna be the same players, you're not gonna have the same gear, and everything is always changing up. So you just gotta be able to adapt on the fly, and that's what we want to see from more teams.
Yeah, for sure. And we're going into the 4th game of the day in a couple of minutes here. We're going to be talking a little bit about what we've seen so far, what we're going to be predicting a little bit. So I'll actually start out here, and I think we're going to be seeing some more domination coming out of the top teams, coming in from the confidence we've seen so far. I'm kind of expecting Loops to continue fragging out, especially once we're getting back to the green pastures of Wrangell here in our next game. So for me, continue to see some of the teams that have built their confidence in the first 3 games. Let's see if we're going to see more good things from Loops coming into the next 2 games. What is your predictions coming into this next game here, particularly for us?
I mean, I wanted to say Iron Souls until I looked at the schedule. I'm like, wait, they're sitting out the next game. So that's not gonna happen, right? Actually, same with Alpha 7. They're also sitting out in the next one, so we're not gonna see too much from them. But what I want to see more from, again, it's gonna be Black Dragons. We saw some good moves in the first game from them on Erangel, but moving in here to the next game, can they do it again? Because so far we haven't seen more than that from the first game. Sure, we're only 3 games in, so there's a lot of higher expectations, at least from my side, on Black Dragons.
Right, yeah, and especially coming into a map where important rotations, and especially a map as a Erangel here. Let's take a look at Erangel while we talk about it. Rotations are important. We saw it on our military game as well. Those map rotations, those car movements in the first 2 or 3 circles here is extremely important. So Erangel obviously is going to be our next map. We're ready for it in a couple of minute or two, so, and the games are going to be ready soon. We only have 2 more games today. It's flying past so fast here for us. It's obviously time goes fast when you're having fun, right?
Definitely. That's what we're talking about. We're excited for this. It's been such a good game so far. And of course, whenever we are having a good time, we're having good games, or what we feel is good games, that usually means we got terrible circles for the players. But that's the most fun circles for us, for everyone watching as well. And that's what we like. Make it rough for the players, and that's what we had in the first Erangel game as well. We saw that 50-50 split between melee and being on the north side, but on main island, but it opted to go down on melee, and it was a big cluster on the western bridge after a while. And I mean, we'll just have to wait and see what it's going to be like in this game. Hopefully a little bit more of a neutral center circle, but we could also just wish for some more destructional circle, just have 50% of the circle in water. We're jumping in here and look for, we're coming in from the west side, a little bit south of the center, but it's a great for a military circle, if you ask me.
Oh my god, it's even further south than our first Erangel game here for us. It's going to be so hard to reach. Even Rorschach is going to be hard to reach. Prisoner is hard to reach. Yasnaya is practically impossible. North George has to be with a long shoot, or with the cars stolen from South George. So let's see if we see any contest here. And let's see how Pochinki looks like. And let's see how many teams actually opt to go into military. Because this, as you said, is a big chance of some military circles here with such a south plane, especially from the tendencies we've seen so far. Looking at Vivo Keed here with Cello, just talked about them, and with their top 2 placement in Miramar. That's a nice skin as well, coming in, flying in basically the Silver Surfer. And we're actually practically pretty close, super close to each other. Look at the southwest side. There's literally 4 teams where there should be max 2. Ferrypier, Quarry, and Primorsk is popping off here on the western side.
Oh, it is so stacked. One thing is for sure, though. We saw in the first game that Black Dragons and Inco Gaming was 2 of the teams who went for Melee Island. And they're going there again. But this time, the circle is going to turn around, and it's going to go towards the north instead. But if you look at it, we got so many teams on the south side. It's going to be so open. No one is going to even be on the top half of this circle right now. And if you go there early, I mean, you could get yourself into some good spots to play from, because we're going to have that river cutting down in the center of that circle. That means that will be determining if we're going to go south or north of it later on. You want to be picking the right spot right now. You want to be picking the right side of it.
Yeah, I love this play already here, coming in, going already to serving, it looks like, or something around the close side, taking cars close to ruins and then just getting off here. Intense game already moving out early as well. Nobody in Pochinki. Are you kidding me? There's nobody in Pochinki? That's
I guess everyone's too afraid, because if you normally don't drop there, and you see this playing, you're thinking someone else is going to drop there. Even if that's our normal spot, we're going to have at least one other team contesting us. And because of that, we don't want to drop there. And because of that, no one is opting to go there. But we should have seen someone, actually, people just driving away from it as well. Everyone wants to get to the north side. They want to get themselves into a better position. Now, you got to remember, being on the north side of the river is the better, because it's harder to get to the north side than the south side.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with this circle here, where it's a little bit off edge to the north side. I like how, in fact, Esports is going into serving already, like going early and just deciding, all right, guys, we're gonna loot up there straight off, sending it in. Also, Storm Gaming going in early. That's a really good decision making here. Hugosen coming in. Let's see how they're gonna be swinging and how many other teams that's going early. But another thing is here is, you're not going to have as good loot. You're not going to have these 3 scopes, these 4 scopes, these 6Xs, you know? It's going to be hard to make the same kind of gameplay that you're used to. You're not having the same outfit and the gear that you're used to having. So let's see what these guys decide to do. What? Storm is actually going in? I don't think they know that Fax Esports is here.
They must know, right? Now they know because they're getting shot right now. But it might have been too late already. Frog, he already committed to this, and he's in there. He's taking some shots, but still only one from...
Oh, Atuasin actually taking down. That's a well played. Frog actually taking out of this. Atuasin from Storm getting one down, and this is not Mikasa or Sukasa. This is my casa. Get out of here. This is my server. In fact, it's definitely going to be a contested one. This is a rough one as well. 7 is actually going to go onto the east. Nobody's there, so he's going to be completely fine. Bro is moving out. And Storm has actually taken a really good hold off the southern side of Cervini.
Well, you look at this, though. North side of the river is totally open. There's only 2 teams on the north side of the whole river. So the north half of our first circle, there's only 2 teams. And guess what? They're both here. They're both fighting each other. There is so much space. There's so many other places both of the teams can loot. But you know what? Hey, Severna is pretty great. I'll go for it too.
Yeah, surprising nobody's going for Russia here as well. It's actually quite centered. You can have a pretty decent split as well, especially with 3-stack compound north of it. You can have the only bridge. You can maybe even close it down with a 2-2 split on both sides of the bridges if you want, playing with the high ground. Peep is taking some shots as well versus Crick Revan. Oh, Aya taken down. Saru actually found. That is unfortunate. Our winners of the last game losing 1 player early, and I don't think he's going to be able to know he's out. That is a lost player, lost cause for him. Pretty good split here for Quick Revenge. They're sitting into the ruins side of things, close to it. Intense game here in Watertown, Atlantis, whatever you want to call it. I prefer Watertown, the OG call out. Atlantis is more of a American call out. I don't like that. Watertown just makes sense, you know. There's water, town, you know, it's Watertown. Yeah.
It's not fully sunken, emerged into water. Then it would be Atlantis, because Atlantis is under the water, right? This is still above the water. This is Watertown. Yeah.
Exactly, it's perfect. All right, Quick Revenge, they're definitely in Watertown. They're taking the triplets here on the southwest side. And at the fight. With the early fight. Oh my god, down. Traded as well.
Good trade.
That's a good huge trade with the smoke. Yeah, big important. He's actually going for the insta smoke. Good utility usage here from the Tuesday. The shots are fact is actually in a rough situation. Lost one player.
He saw him just before the smoke bloomed.
That's a good nade. Oh my god, he put pressure
too far. Getting shot from Sido. He's still sticking it. He's a madman.
That's underhand. Good hand. Bounce nade maybe off of that. It's gonna be
bouncing off.
No wait, bounce on the wrong side. Bounce on the wrong side. Utility's getting.
Oh, that is just behind him.
Hukusin is in the corner with hands all around him. Tudu has to heal. Storm Gaming is fighting Fact Esports right now. Pressure's coming out. More nades are getting deployed. Level 1 helmet only on 7. Let's see if they can do something here. Alan's in.
Both of the team went for a defensive play, sort of, and got both of the revives back up from the traded knocks we saw. But here, bro, he's trying to take a few shots on Storm. It is going to connect, but it's not going to find anyone. Or it's not going to get a knock yet. Oh, Frog is on the big flank here. He's going to try to get some angles, but he's got to be quick if he wants to help his teammates, because they're going down 1 by 1 right now.
Yeah, bro lost as well. That's unfortunate. We're down to just 1 player left back for us here. That's unfortunate, but well played by Storm, actually playing together as a full team, making sure the flanks is there. And while we see Peep and the guys from Intense Game try to hold on to the amount of territory they have here.
This makes sense now why Intense Game is playing here. You see the logo, they got a dolphin. Of course they're going to play in the only town on the map that is immersed into water.
Of course.
That's where they thrive.
Fast. They're probably swimming faster than Out of Battle. Like, that's the next level. Like, our Dolphin is obviously faster than Michael Phelps. That makes sense. Intense Game here with the amount of kills, the amount of pressure being put out there. In a rough spot if the circle goes north. Circle is closing very fast and very slowly as well. Make sure it's going to pop. It's closing fast and slowly. That's not possible, but it's closing fast. And we're slow. Next circle, it's a 50-50 circle again. Yeah, and this is a rough one. Look at this. The teams coming in from the east, they're going to be playing on the south side. And there's a little bit more space in the north because there's not that many teams playing. Loops making it in north of Yasnaya, crossing past Nolene compound and going into the north side here. Chief with the calm music while he's driving. Want to know what radio channel
like
this is the kind of music I want to drive with.
This is my kind of guy.
Stoico is actually leading in front of Chief. Obviously Chief here on the other side while we're looking at the map stream. Coming in from Quick Revenge, good, taking down Rise, good crowd. Can be flushed as well. More points for Quick Revenge. They need this as well. 2 kills and 2 points for them so far.
They've been playing very well, to be honest.
Yeah, it's super well made and super well played, and good decision making is what I'm gonna say.
They've surprised me in a positive way so far. Intense Rage and our team that been surprised me a little bit. And it's looking good, taking a lot of shots here. Not connecting too much though.
Oh yeah.
They're just on the edge of the circle though.
Look at the amount of teams on the south side though. We have a lot of teams coming in for that. And a lot of teams close to Rorschach and around Rorschach actually. Mansion Prison is obviously on the east side.
They're pushing on that.
Look at this.
Intense Game, they're pushing on that knock. But where's the backup? Okay, one more here. So there are 2 here now. They're putting some pressure. They want to take this fight. They don't need to take this one, but they want it. And they know that they already put the pressure because they got that initial knock. And that's what created this whole situation. But what are they doing? Are they going to back off now? Okay, they couldn't find any more openings. So they opted to back off. Then they got to be careful because Quick Revenge, they're ready. They're quick with that revenge.
I like that. They are quick with the revenge. The most basic wordplay you can do, but it's true, and that's why it works.
Yeah.
Flamingo here coming in with the GG plays on the most northern side. Actually rotating pretty close off the Storm, I believe. They're here, Storm Gaming, putting some pressure onto the northern side. And Flamingo is going to make the play all the way around. In fact, Esports still have Brock left. He's on the west side of them. They're going to have to try to make it into the circle. Next circle is closing, and this is the big pop here. Once we see circle 3, that is where the teams are going to decide where they're going to play, on the north side or the south side, or if they have to make a big rotation trying to get off. I like what we're seeing, though, of the teams here on the north. They're waiting, they're playing passively, making sure that they're all 4 alive, getting all the loot, getting all the heals, refueling everything. Oh, this sounds like a really fast car, but it's obviously the same as everyone else. But Nunez sending it into Rorschach. They have a pretty good hold as the only team here, Rise Esports in Rorschach. Have nobody on the other side. Smoke is actually on the north side, as you see on the map here. They're holding onto the compounds north of Rorschach, but not the bridge. So Rise could potentially cross the bridge later. All right, let's see this circle pop. And it's going to move.
That's a pop.
Oh my. Oh, that's a rough circle. It's only there's 2.5 teams inside loops. Is inside already. Oh my god, in from Flamingo here. Almost taking out, and they have to make another rotation here for us.
Dudu caught off guard in that rotation, and yeah, Storm losing 1 player, but everyone's gonna be on this rotation right now because that circle is just gonna be rough. We're basically gonna see everybody being on the north side of the river after this one. So right now, it's all about, it's kind of a race to get to the good spots, because if you're late, you're gonna have to either fight basically everyone, or you're gonna need to be healing out in the blue, trying to make sure that all the other teams are fighting each other. But if you're someone like Loops, you're gonna be quick, you're gonna have Cube, and you're gonna have it all for yourself, and you're gonna start shooting everybody that is trying to rotate towards you in just a few seconds.
Yeah, Cube compound here where Loops is actually such a good compound. For points, they're potentially going to be able to get so many points out of this game, and also have a pretty easy side in case it shifts out. It's not likely right now, but it could go. We've seen 2 hard shifts on both sides before, so they're going to be completely fine. Stoico moving the cars, trying to maybe get them safe in case they have to make a move later. Smoke is already in a good spot as well. They have to move. They're keeping on the east side. They're inside the circle, but not in a good spot for late game. But they're inside and they can make a move. Papa Kill is trying to listen for the rotations coming in from the north side. It's actually Ingo driving past and making a macro rotation in their cars, all 4 each car. And now Smoke, Esports, and Heisen and Papa Kill, they have to decide whether they go now. It's too late for them. Like, we have this information. They obviously probably heard that many cars are moving in front of them. They're not going to be one of the first in there, but they could potentially get some more space in front of them. And let's see how deep they can take this. If they make some good...
Inko finds one from Flamengo, actually. And I mean, Inko has made some good rotations. So you got to remember, they dropped in Novo. They were furthest team to the southeast, and now they're on the north side of this. Really good rotation to be able to keep everyone still alive, and already found himself 1 kill at least. We still have 53 players up, but that is gonna change pretty rapidly. If not in this circle, at least in the next one.
Right, exactly. And then you have more shots from Ingo right in a pretty damn good spot. They are, if they can take this out here, shooting range, they can play really good well into the next circle in case it goes north. If it goes south, we're going to have some teams that's very happy, and we're going to have some Luke's guys taking a lot of kills from the rotations coming past. Let's see what they decide to do. We have a kind of a standoff here. Oh my god, this is a circle and a half. It's like the worst circle possible for Loops. They have to make a move themselves. They have to decide where they play. I would love to see this from Loops. They have the points to be able to do this. Actually, if they play both sides of the water and try to just gatekeep everything on the east, I would love to see that. Close to the bridge.
They could take the sniper towers on both sides of the river, basically. If you do a 2-2 split there, you're gonna be able to cover each other pretty good, and that was quick revenge going out in the blue, I guess. But yeah, if Loops do that, now's the time. Look, 2 people in the vehicles from Loops right now. I think that's the move they're gonna be making, actually. We'll have to wait and see. They're crossing the river. Stoico, first man actually crossing. He's the only one. Meanwhile, here over by the crates, we're gonna have a little bit of a forced fight between Sharks and is that Never Down, I think?
Yeah, it looks like it. It's Art, actually, I think.
Oh yeah, Art, sorry. Yeah, so Art the Sharks, they're the 2 teams over there. Meanwhile, in the river, just north of them is Prague. Last man standing for Fact Esports. Intense. Trying to get some kills here. Trying to get some of the rotations.
Oh boy.
Not finding it.
Oh, exploded. Zeus boy got him. The better boy.
Yeah, and they got one of the knocks early as well.
And they probably knows that they're close to the water because they saw that. Now, Intense Game is pulling up for the third party, though. Let's see what happens with that later while we take a look here at Never Down and Storm. While we have Vivo Keat in the background in the garage compound, actually one of the best compounds right now. They actually have a 2-2 split with the garage compound and the hill east of that. People's team taken down. He's also being flushed as well by Influence Rage. Right, Finja actually finds 1-2. And this is going to be hard for Never Down to get out of this situation here. They're gatekept by 2 teams. You see, Fact Esports is actually in the water. He tried for that long.
Look at I was just about to say, you know, he's just enjoying himself right now. This is the best possible circle for him, basically. No one else is gonna try to play the river if not necessary. Of course, it's necessary for him right now. He's the last man standing, so for him this is great. Meanwhile, Inko still trying to find some more. They got 2 kills so far, still all 4 up here, and looks like they want to chase. But the question is, are they gonna commit to it? I don't think so. No, they're not.
Oh my God, shot. Hello, Adrian as well. The two players really
Into the water.
They're putting the teams into the water we go. And that's definitely what we're going to see from more teams that only have 1-2 players alive. We have a lot of teams with full 4-man. Only Storm Gaming is out with 3. We have 2 teams on this one. Oh, so that's the fight here. Oh, shots coming in. Nice play here from official 6. Oh, nice
Flank.
And we saw him. He's counting that. Oh, that's a good shot as well. Countering it again. Went back and forth. They have to push. 2 guys are low. It's Haida. Haida Key has to go. Haida and 6. Pressure coming in again. And 4th grade.
Fighting another one.
6 has to do something here. He's getting shot from the back. Oh, he's taking down Loops in the back. Chief in the background for us.
Chief, third partying this. This is not the map where you see too much third partying, but that fight was dried out a little bit. And because when you just one shot, it's just gonna be rough. 6 did a good job so far though. But let's see. No, looks like Brazilian Killers is taking over this fight. No, actually, yeah. It is going all the way back and forth. Meanwhile, we also had a new circle pop that we didn't talk about. But it's mainly gonna be on the south now. So we're gonna see more people in the water, a lot more people desperate to just get themselves in there, in that river, because that is safe ground right now.
Yeah, and Loops is actually taking cars to send it to the other bridge on the south side here. Super well played by them. We will be in a good spot. Look at that. They're gonna be farming all the fishies again. They're back at it. Shots coming in. Oh, wing. Oh my God. That's some bullshit. Stoico is just toying with these guys.
There's so many teams in the water right now.
Yeah, exactly.
And Loops, so smart that they just staying up here. They're using the smokes as well now, getting themselves some soft cover to work with.
M4 on the
Shocks
right.
and Art.
Shocks and Art with the battle here. Fighting. Oh, the flank could work off. He sees the third party. Oh,
gotta be careful. Gets away.
Pushing with the UMP.
Oh,
Zigzagging as he can. Oh, he's been found. That's actually well played as well by Out of Battle. Taking down just 1 left. It's Phoenix. And now he's taking out as well the third party from the side. Unfortunate. No, that's actually Magnata. That's not a third party. That's just a good flank from Magnata from Out of Battle. Shot. Oh, Stoico with the nades. I don't know. You could fish with dynamite, but apparently Stoico can.
It works.
Chief as well. 5 kills now here for Loops. They're just rolling off all this that they're able to. 800
Look
cases.
at this as well.
Dynamite
trying
fishing.
to fish a little bit more. Oh,
good nade. Doing a lot of damage.
come on.
Let's see.
You can do it.
This guy's just jumping into the cars. Oh, Stoico getting another Inco player as well. These guys are dynamite fishing. They're doing all they can. Kadosin as well, finding Inco player again. Now, only the perfect dynamite fishing.
Yeah.
Take your N2 and dynamite, and then just fish them up. All right.
Storm in trouble.
Never down, like getting a good amount of damage here. Taking that. Golden's actually going to go down and how many points here. Loops is 9 points.
Loops got 9 kills. And they got all 4 up still. And they're still playing on ground. You gotta be careful. Look at that. They're getting taken down low. It's what we call this smokes for soft cover.
Exactly.
It won't stop any bullets, but it will stop some vision. But Loops, 2 knockdown.
Getting them up. I don't think they're getting up. Honestly, I think they're. I don't think they're gonna be hard to do. Let's see what you decide to do here. Oh, good shot coming in from Adrian from Vivo Key. We just saw the showcase earlier, and Adrian is putting out some damage again. Top 6 in this situation here, and I definitely feel like Vivo Key could be in a top 2, top 3 again, and replicate their former game on Miramar. Already here on the Wrangle. Adrian getting munition from Never Down. Inco's just chilling in the water, trying to heat it out. All right. Just coming into Luke, trying to make a macro rotation for the bug here. I feel like it's too late. Diego has too
Is he
much
gonna
cover.
go for it?
Nope, that is GG. Flushed as well, I think.
But wait, they got 2 up actually.
Oh,
No, they had all
Yeah,
3 up there. But now
No,
it's
they
down to
did,
1
you're
again.
right.
Oh, this might be it. Is that a 3-pointer?
Nope.
Not really.
Nope,
A little bit short.
No baseballs for these guys. That would be nuts if they could. Knock did come in, but it's not here. It's where Art is, and it's Black Dragons versus Art. The Black Dragons has the upper hand right now. AK peek around the corner, full level 3 helmet in here. Good to see Peaks pushing in.
He's ready for the fight.
Peaks. Aggro fight. Look at this. He's gonna be flanking as well.
It's going on
Nice
some
free
cues
fire.
only.
Oh, shot. He's taking no though. Damage onto the 3 gear.
That level 3 gear saved him.
Yep, it did indeed. Let's see if we can get talents up. And we're down to 5 teams, 13 players alive. And Vivo Keat has the better position inside the eastern side of the circle. Never Down's in the water. And there's a battle inside the crate where Art is the last player. Oh, he didn't nade him. I thought he just made it into the little container here.
Oh,
Let's
he's
see
just
if we
hiding.
can make.
They didn't know?
They know.
Oh, I think
They
they
know.
spotted. Yeah, they spotted him.
Oh, well played by talent. What a talent from him. Good scout. 4 guys alive in this situation here. If they have some smokes to work with Frost, they could actually take it away if they get a circle.
Oh, it's gonna be rough though. Look at Vivo Key right now. We were talking about him just before this game. We wanted to see more from them. And this is exactly what we wanted to see. They never went for the water. They took out loops, and now they have 8 kills in the bag, still 4-man up, being at least top 4. And I think if they keep on going, they're probably gonna find themselves a juicy chicken dinner here in the end of this game.
Yeah, a crispy one if you like those. Let's see what Adrian and the guys are able to do. Never Down actually managed to get up. Nades are coming in from Adrian. Looks like he's cooking one for Stoico. Oh, a perfectly cooked nade from Adrian on Stoico. And it's traded on the other side. Shello goes down to another nade. More nades. Another knock from Adrian with a nade. Amazing play from him. Adrian goes for the flush immediately. Here's another, or sees another fish in the water. And he's trying to get him off. Oh, what a
That nade.
That's a nade.
That was almost a double. Hey, it was. That dragon with a push. They're taking control over this whole situation right now.
They have 3 guys standing. That's actually just 3 versus 1 right now. B2 is the last player. Inko made it to top 2 by swimming in the water for a very long time. He's going to jump back in. I don't think he realizes that he's the last player in the second team. And Black Dragons, we talked about them. Both of us actually had them. We had them as one of our predicted teams to do well on the bigger maps with their macro rotations and the decision making. And they actually survived 4 guys coming out of crates. It's so rare that you see a team survive and play well. Oh, he actually just gave it up to the blue zone. He didn't want to give up that point. He was sure. And winner chicken dinner for Black Dragons, a team we both expected to do well on the bigger maps here for us. And it feels good to be right, doesn't it?
It always feels good to be right, especially with a team like that has to work such a hard way to get into the circle. Remember, they dropped on military, basically in military base itself, so they had a really long, hard rotation. Of course, that goes for Inko as well, that went for Novo, and being able to surviving all this way into the late game, being able to have all 4 up, winning that fight in the crates as you was talking about against Art, that was so good. And then that execution after that, we didn't even see it coming, but them coming in with the nades, getting those knocks and the push, just amazing play from Black Dragons.
Yeah, super well executed from Black Dragons. Congratulations with the winner chicken dinner to those guys. We're going to take a short break before we're going to be back with the last game of the day. It's going to be Miramar. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League here from Brazil, as we have been 4 games deep here. We have 1 more game to go. It's going to be Miramar for us, and so far what we've seen has been super impressive. It's the same teams again. We've seen the top 2, top 1 winning the games, but here we saw Black Dragons making some good decision making, winning out and surviving the crates. It's, again, we talked about it, super rare, but they're able to do it as a full 4-man and third party the last fight between Vivo, Keith, Inko, and Never Down.
Yeah, the timing was just impeccable, right? You saw them taking out Art, and then everybody else was still fighting each other, and they took control of that. They smoked out a little bit, and then they just went with the nades, getting those double knocks, and that's when they opted to move. They say, hey, now's the time. We got those knocks. We got what we actually wanted. It was right after this time that they did it. And when you get that, and you move in like they did there, it's just going to be an easy game for you. And again, it comes down to so much experience to get that macro play down to that, coming all the way down from Military Island in the start as well. They had one of the roughest rotations getting into the circle, but they do it so well, and it just looks so good, and they make it look so easy as well.
Yeah, and you know, in a situation like this here, I was actually expecting them to get in and maybe have a good fight against Black Dragons, but the third party from the back, from Inko Vito, or Vito from Inko, is just so well played. Like, he survived for so long in the water, and then also not giving up the point there. Super well executed by him, securing the 12 points in the second place, also stealing a few of the kills. But the Black Dragons push and third party onto those last 3-4 teams there was so well executed. Out of battle had no chance. Also the peek into the container, they knew exactly where he was. Like, they eliminated all other possibilities. So Black Dragons, in a situation here where they managed to get a lot of kills, managed to get into a good situation. Though this is something that you rarely see, though. Most kills, most damage, and most assists here for Adrian from Vivo Keith.
Yeah, a little bit of a triple here from Adrian, and that's always nice, right? You're just showing everybody, hey, I'm not just best on one thing, I'm best on everything. At least on this map that we just had in the previous game there. And we see a lot of new names up here as well, but a little bit more spread as well this time. But very even though. That is the big thing for me to look at all these numbers, except for damage where Adrian is basically on top of everybody else. Look at how even everything is. It is really great to see. That just means that it was a great game. It was very even for all of the teams, and no one's like sticking out much more than anyone else. Just that, you know, sometimes you just don't see everything that is happening on the battleground itself.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? Coming into a situation like this where we see a triple, we have to follow how many players actually get a triple. So I'm going to write down here in my book of MVP proness, I'm going to write down this situation, a triple for Adrian, and I'm going to save that. And we're going to take a look and a follow of how many actually gets to do that, because I feel like that's going to be a rare. Black Dragons, though, with the 7 kills and the 15 points from the matches, and for the match. And Vivo Keith with 9 and 10, because they obviously get 5 more kills than Inko, but a good clutch coming in from Vito and Inko.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny to see, right? Black Dragons versus Ingo as the top 2 teams, because those are the only 2 teams that drop on Military Island, but they're the last 2 teams standing on the north side of the map. So that's pretty fun to see. But again, we saw Vivo Key, we saw Loops. They were just fishing for kills, and Storm was doing that a little bit earlier, and they accrued a lot of the kills itself throughout this whole game. And I mean, if we go towards the bottom 8, it's not going to be a lot of points for those teams. All of the teams up here, basically, they got all of the points here throughout the whole game here.
Yeah, exactly. It's super top heavy, but even out as well. I like to see that we see some the teams that are coming back, the teams we just talked about. It's almost like we know what we're talking about here for us. It's kind of amazing, right? We're predicting some of the teams that we expect to do good, and they do good. That's amazing, right? I love to see when that happens here. Black Dragons, again, a team that we expected to do well on the bigger maps, and they did here. I'm excited to see what they're able to do tomorrow and the day after. Brazilian Killers, and the first kind of game where they are having a rough time here, only 1 point for that. Some games you have to do bad, like you can't win and do well in all games, and this is one of the games for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's all fine considering how good they played before. They were sitting on a overall I think they were 5th place overall leaderboard before this game. Of course, they might have dropped down a little bit with this one, but it's not gonna be bad for them. They've been playing really well. One thing though is that they will be sitting out in the last game, because in the last game we're not gonna have Group A playing. That means teams like Loops, Quick Revenge, Smoke, and Brazilian Killers. But yeah, so they're done for today, and they just need to look at, hey, it was a pretty decent day for us today. We'll go in tomorrow and we'll just do better than we did today, and it's just gonna be fine.
Yeah, and what we've seen from Brazilian Killers so far, like, and Loops as well, like, I'm completely fine with the performance they had so far. They're going to be happy and satisfied with the performance, and then they're going to go and they're going to show us more of the good stuff, more kills and more great rotations. And yeah, obviously in this situation here, there can only be one MVP. Like, there's absolutely no chance we're going to see anybody else than this guy. Vivo Adrian, like the first guy with the triple, 4 kills, 4 knockouts as well, and obviously a pretty good roundage of the damage. 800, nearly the 1k club for him as well. A pretty decent amount of healing, but he put out so much more damage than he had to consume himself. So World Piper, Vivo Keed, again, a situation where they're getting a lot of points out of the games. Like we saw in Miramar, there was a hard game for them to win here. We were expecting a little bit because of the situation they had and the location that they had, but the third party from Inco in the back and also the push from Black Dragons made it very hard. But again, very respectable, and the first triple for Adrian here.
Yeah, I mean, it was very well played from both Adrian and the whole team of Vivo Kid. Being able to play on the rocks itself, they're taking out all of the other teams, make sure that they had as much control as possible. It was just a little bit unlucky, a little bit. Sometimes you have one misfortune, one little mistake, and that's going to lead to you not winning the game. That kind of what was happening in this game here. But again, they played it so well that that's why we see them on the top there. They were second on the leaderboard, even though they were third overall, but they're getting that many kills as well. It's a great look. It's a great look for sure. And you can see that will put them on a third place in the overall right now. Still, Loops, of course, in the lead, but as you can see, they played 4 games so far.
Right, but still 65 points. They're looking really good. Nearly 30 points ahead of the shared second place of Black Dragons and Vivo Keed here. Also, it's kind of sneaking in a little bit, like I feel like here is INTC. Really consistent kills, really consistent placement points here, 16 and 17 points from placement is actually really, really good to see from them. So if they can keep this consistency up, they're definitely looking good here as well. All right, let's take a look at the second half of the leaderboard, the bottom 10, and a surprise for me is actually going to be Alpha 7 here. They're obviously not in the top 10, so the bottom 10 is going to be having them, and they're in the 14th right now, just in the cusp, just above and outside those the double digits here. 3 of the teams in the top on the bottom have only played 3 matches, so they're obviously playing this last match here. But Smoke is not playing, and they've only gotten 8 points so far, so it's not looking too good for them.
It's not looking too good, but it's not the end of the world. There is still so much to play for. There's still so many days that I wouldn't be too worried. You just gotta say, hey, this was one of those off days that we had, and that's gonna happen. That happens to everyone. Look at Alpha 7, for example. They're down here as well. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
it's all fine for now, but it's all about how you're able to reset your mindset, being able to prepare yourself for tomorrow instead, because you want to come in tomorrow, you want to come in fresh to say, hey, we did it yesterday, never happened. Today is the day we're just gonna start playing this league.
Yeah, exactly. All right, total leaderboard after 4 games is obviously interesting, but we're gonna have one more. We're gonna be playing Miramar in the last game here. Do you have any thoughts? What we're gonna see from them? Are you gonna see more crazy things? Or we're gonna see more great rotations from it for us?
I mean, I hope to see some more rotations. When it comes to a map like Miramar, I want to see more broad rotations, because you can't predict sometimes. Like we saw on the last Miramar, it's going to be clustered when you have a plane very southern and then the circle goes north. Most of the teams are going to be layered on top of each other on the southern side. Make a wide rotation. It doesn't matter if it's east or west. Go outside the zone a little bit. Take that damage, because you're going to have so much free room to play on. If you do those kind of crazy rotations, those long rotations, it's going to work out for you. I'd say 8 out of 10 times at least in a game like we had in the previous one. So I want to see kind of more macro play, kind of more rotations like that from the teams.
All right, cool. We're going to take a little bit of a showcase here on Loops, our leading team so far after 4 games. Loops obviously 65 points ahead of the second place on 38 points here, and they're looking so far so good. I would say they're 100% sure playing in the league with this amount of, like, they could just not play, do nothing the next 8 games that they're going to be playing, and they're going to be completely fine here. But I hope to see them continue to dominate here and ride off the confidence we've seen them so far.
I really like what I've seen from them basically in every game so far, and even though they bombed out in one of the games, right? But at the same time, I think they surpassed everyone's expectations so far, because no one expecting Loops to be this far ahead of everybody else. I would expect them to be maybe top 5 throughout the day. Like, that wouldn't be anything unusual, but being number 1, basically having double the amount of points that the second and third place team has, that is just huge. That is enormous, and it's just a great look for them. And I hope that they can keep that good look going for the upcoming days, because they're not playing in the last game here. Remember that.
No, for sure. And also, after their performance in the last Americas qualifiers, they missed out by just 1 point. 1 point was the difference. Now they want to show that we belong in the Americas finals. We want to get in there. So that's definitely what they're aiming for here. And what we've seen from them so far, I'm pretty damn sure that they are going to be one of the top favorites coming into this.
Yeah, just hopefully they don't hit the break yet, and they're just gonna keep on going. I mean, I want to see them, even though you have this lead, I want to see people just keep on going, just play on that lead and just increase that lead, because that's what you want to do. If you do that, people are gonna start fearing you. When people start fearing you, that means you are living rent-free in other players' heads, and that's a good thing, because when you're up against those players and they know that it's Loops you're up against, you start shooting at them, they're gonna be afraid. They don't want to peek you, but then again, you already won the battle there.
Yeah, for sure. All right, let's talk a little bit about some predictions here for us for the last game. We have 1 more game to go. We obviously have some of the teams that are sitting out. Smoke is one of them, and I'm coming in thinking here, are we going to see some more great stuff from some of the teams that we've seen so far? Are we going to see some underdog stories kind of popping off?
I'm feeling maybe we'll see a little bit more underdog coming up now. I'm not sure exactly who though, but they're feeling like a lot of the teams that has gathered a lot of points right now, they're feeling like, all right, we're sitting pretty secure for today. This is the last game. We'll relax a little bit more, and when that happens, that's when the lower teams, a little bit of more underdogs, they come up, they swoop up, and they just take everything they can, and they're gonna make a good game out of it.
Yeah, kind of the last day of scrims, right? You kind of we've seen so far from the qualifications, some teams are doing some crazy stuff, but also some teams that have performed quite well so far, they can come in and maybe just go out full aggressive. And if some of the other teams that have played aggressive so far are sitting down back a little bit, we could potentially see some swap ups. But again, 1 more game to go. We are going to be playing Miramar, so that's obviously one of my favorite maps. I like the macro strategy that we see on these maps here, because you can win a game by playing well on Miramar. But let's take a little bit of a look on Miramar here while we swing over and we talk about why. I'll talk a little bit about why I like Miramar again. We are in a situation where you can have the first 3 circles, you can have no fights with anyone, and you can basically just drive yourself to a top 5 position. And if some of these teams are able to do that and put themselves into these spots with 4 guys alive, that is what I really like to see, these macro decisions out of this, because the first 3 circles in Miramar is so big and so important, and you need to have cars and make sure your cars are safe.
I'll tell you why Miramar is such a good map. We have great weather here. We have good cars. We have great roads. We have open top vehicles. We have great music in the vehicles, and you can just cruise your way through the game, enjoying your time, going down the road, getting the sun in your face. But here we go. We're going into match number 5. Last game of today. We're going to be on Miramar. It's going to be a northeastern plane going down, as we can see, down towards the center of the map. But again, a very edged plane here, and it's gonna be interesting to see what's gonna happen.
Yeah, and thank you so much to Real Me for sponsoring and joining the event as well here, coming in for a PUBG Mobile Pro League here in Brazil. So we're going to be seeing the last game of the day. This is Miramar. And so far, we've seen Loops dominate the opposition here, nearly doubling the amount of points that we've had second place. Not completely doubling, but nearly. It's close. I'll give it to them. And we're going to see some more crazy stuff for this. Another crazy playing path here. A Campo Militar down south of Chimicera, just over Los Leones, is talking all about and kind of inviting for a hot drop. So I'm crazy in love to see if we're going to see that coming in. Nobody going Impala. Well, I mean, one team, but nobody contesting Impala. That is insane. Nobody going Puerto. That's insane. We'll see if they actually manage to do so. Oh, there we might see one team going into Impala. Not sure if they will, though. They're gonna go all the way Flamengo. They probably will, yeah. It's only one team Los Leones, and it's a western kind of circle.
Ooh.
Power grid center, Nuevo center, and the zone is in environment. We're not having any contests again. Are we in Miramar, in Picado?
Yeah.
Nope, that's incredible.
All right, so basically, it's kind of like the last Miramar game, right? We have so many teams here that is going to be stuck on the eastern side because of the playing path being very eastern of the circle. Now, we want to see those big rotations, teams basically going far south, far north to get to the west side because it's going to be super open there. And the reason for that is if the teams doesn't go too deep here now in this circle, that means that the next teams that is behind them on eastern of them, they're going to smash into these teams and they're going to get stuck. And then the next team does the same thing. And basically, you're just pancaking, doing layer on layer on top of each other on the eastern side. That's why you want to see the long rotations, the great rotations, the great migrations from all of the teams to be able to get on the western side. You're just going to open up a lot of space for your team then.
Yeah, for sure. And again, we're going to seeing a circle where that goes to the west, where there's not that many teams. We see some early rotations. We're coming in from Fact Esports. They're sending it already into Montenegro, a really good position. I was always going to call some of the compounds out, but that's obviously not what they're called because there's none of the teams playing here. So let's not talk about those. But they're going to the so-called warehouse compound east of Montenegro, and they're taking some early grounds.
All right, so actually we're seeing a little bit of rotations on both the northern and the southern side, and that's exactly what I mean. Like, look at how free it is right now. It's not a single team close to them. All of the teams are basically gathered on the eastern side of the circle, and that's where you're gonna see a lot of teams getting stuck because they see a team, they say, okay, we'll just stop here, and then the next team comes, and the same thing happening over and over and over again.
Yeah, exactly.
Right now, looking good for the teams going. Sorry, go on.
Did you see that the box of the head that he had?
Yeah.
Oh, it's actually a hot drop here. Do you think that you have to take that hat on when you're the bottom fragger of the day? Like you have the box of shame for the next day?
Yeah, I want to say yes. All right. I want to beat that corridor. That's for sure.
Oh, that's a bottleneck. We don't want to see that. All right. They hurt them. They're playing around this so well. He knows where he is. No helmet here from Matuzim. Oh, the nade.
This nade could be really good. Oh, look. Doesn't need a nade. We have teammates going with the flags.
Easy. Super well played by them. They're opening up. It's another knock in the middle. I think mid is knocked as well. Midson is knocked in the middle. I think it's only Doc in the situation where he's on the top of the Fortuna. Oh, he got
that's
no
not
way.
Good.
With a micro Uzi in that distance, insane. He got dominated.
Looks like mid doesn't really have any health either.
Oh, exactly. We'll see what that happens.
Finding one there from Inco.
It's a fight between Bart 6 and Official 6. Who's the real 6? It's a Bart.
Well, the thing is, Inco is closer here. The rest of Inco, they're pretty far away from Menace, so there's nothing to salvage here. That's just a free point for Art. And yeah, this fight keeps on going. Actually, one knock there, but that's not going to be more than that. Are we going to see a revive on Duck? That might be happening, actually. But looks like maybe not. Influence Rage is actually putting down a lot of pressure there. Make sure they're stopping around there. Make sure their presence is known. Meanwhile, and trying to find some rotation kills here on the intense game. I can find it. And that is ground zero out, I guess. Wait, no, they still have one player actually. That is east of Picado, just chilling in the mountain.
Like up by the warehouse compound, close to the crater. Right.
Basically in the crater. So they're not out yet. They're still cruising around here in the last game. And looking at the circle, it's opening up a little bit more now. Looks like a lot of teams learned from the last Miramar map, and we're seeing a lot more of those rotations going on the north and the south side. Make sure that they get themselves into the circle itself. Intense game, still getting shot here by Ints. Not much more than that, just a little standoff. And Alpha 7 still outside the circle. They're on the north side right now. No one's close to them. But that's what I'm wondering. Are we gonna see more from them? They haven't done too good. Currently on their 14th place overall.
All right, more rotations coming in here as well. Circle is closing slowly. And INTC is making their way downtown, I would say, but it's not downtown because they're very high ground, playing pretty damn far away right now, just getting information. We've lost 4 players so far. We've got 16 alive, 60 players alive. And the slow rotations are coming in, moving closer. And I want to see some of the players and teams play around Power Grid, Montenegro, and some of the compounds around that, because right now, early center positioning is quite important to see if you can make a good macro move for the later circles as well, especially circle 2 and 3. That gets really, really small compared to the next couple of circles. All right, intense game as well. Impressive game from them so far. Intense and impressive. Quite happy to see how well they're able to perform. Obviously playing as the #1 team coming out of the qualifier, so expecting a little bit of things out of them, but a good underdog story coming in from them so far for us.
Yeah, I mean, the hard thing for them right now is we're in Miramar, not too much water for the Dolphins to work with, but they can make it work. We've seen that happen before. They don't always need water to thrive. And right now, it's been a pretty calm game, I'd say. Right now, everyone's pretty spread out, especially if you consider how eastern the plane was. Everybody has found himself a good spot to play from, and just look at it. Just like a beautiful, colorful painting on a brown background that we have. But yeah, the team's working their way in. They want to know where the second circle is going to go before they're going to try to commit too much to anything if a team is already on that spot. And that's the thing, right? You don't really need to commit too much too early. Maybe if you want to go for the kills, you could just force push a team that you know, especially if you know that they have a split going. But here we go. That is the second circle that popped. It's kind of going to center up towards Montenegro. And still, a lot of the teams are inside. And it's not looking too grim, honestly. It's going to be a pretty calm circle, I'd say.
Yeah, for sure. First circle of Miramar is about setting yourself up and setting your team up for late game here. Your decision making and your scouting is key. So let's see how well the teams are able to put themselves into some high ground positions, because especially this one here, the high ground and the really high mountain of north of Montenegro and east of El Pozo is such a good place to scout off. And we'll see if some of the teams are able to make their way downtown for that. Alpha 7 is the only team in the north right now, and they could get pretty deep, never down as well into the east side of El Pozo. I want to see them in high ground. Like it's circle 1 and 2 here. I want to see them in high ground. I want to see them in good positioning here. I want to see them scout for the next game, because they cannot be sure that El Pozo is going to be in unless they get 2 shifts their way in the next 2 circles here. So let's see here in circle 1 and 2 if they're able to make something. Once circle 2 closes, we're going to see the third circle, and that is where you have to be ready to make your move.
And yeah, Alpha 7, it still seems like they've been sleeping this whole day today. And even now in the last game, I feel like they're a little bit too passive right now. They're not like gathering any information, because they should see that, okay, it's pretty free in front of us. We can keep it going. But right now, it's a very slow pace that they're moving forward. And that's not what you want to see from that team. You want to see them being much quicker, much more aggressive, much more agile when it comes to the rotations, and making sure that they get themselves into a better playable spot. But at the same time, though, we still have 16 teams. We still have 60 people. So fair enough. You want to take it a little bit easy. You don't want to go full ham. You don't want to just commit to something and just get yourself into a bad situation because you were a little bit too greedy in taking a spot you thought would be open.
Exactly. All right, the eastern side of the circle right now, look at that minimap here. It is very congested, obviously a little bit delayed it looks like, but let's see how well they're able to put themselves into. It's actually paused a little bit because some of the teams are actually already into the circle. So just ignore that for now. Sharks scouting. They are close to La Trilla right now. And let's see how far they're able to put themselves into this next circle here. And how deep they can get into the game. Marlon, they actually have a pretty good spot here, but I love it from Fact Esports that they have the twins in the middle north of Montenegro. Such a stronghold with that. This overlook compound here is good, but not that close to the circle.
And looking at it, people still just waiting right now, waiting for the next circle. They don't want to overcommit to anything, and that's what we're seeing. So many teams on the southern side kind of stacking up close to each other right now because they want to just get inside the circle, and once they see the next one, they're just going to be super surprised, like I am right now. Have you seen the circle?
The circle is west. Let's just put it that way. It's very west. So,
let's put it this way. Alpha 7 knows something we don't know.
Alpha 7 has a magnet for the circle. We'll see that very soon, surely. Here, Adrian, our first triple MVP of the PUBG Mobile Pro League here in Brazil. Let's see if he's able to continue this performance here, or if we're going to see any other triple MVPs.
Oh, that's it.
Damage.
That's why Alpha 7 was so slow, because they brought that big circle magnet with them.
Oh, right. It's
so
heavy.
It was just super heavy. Yeah.
I like that.
It makes sense now. It makes sense now. But it turns out it works out. If you bring it with you, you get the circle.
Right. All right, Marlon and Shucks here. They're going from La Trilla, and they're trying to get into a good position here south of Montenegro. And only a few teams is actually going into this location. It's only 3 teams going on to the west. Oh, it looks like Honor Source might actually follow back. They're going to be the last teams. If anyone decides to gatekeep them, it could be a rough one for them. Let's see, though. Right then, from Shock, taking shots of Flamingo. The Flamingo player is taken down, though. And it looks like play here. Oh my god, right shot on that range. Was that him? Oh, Phoenix. Okay, it was Phoenix who's closer. With a 6-6 as well, that's just easy. Oh, he has full 3 gear too. Full 3 gear. So Phoenix and Shocks. Zeus Dex is knocked actually. Let's see if they can rest him. I think he's trying to go for him. Raisin is trying to go for him. Let's see if he manages to do so. And let's hope that is the case. Right. Oh, Revo, that 7 and Revo from Storm Gaming, and A7 is next to Jotler.
They're basically just next to each other, but looking at it, one from Alpha 7 is knocked just a little bit west of this, and there is a revive coming in though. So Riven just needs to make sure that he doesn't get himself knocked and just keep himself alive while that revive is happening. Make sure that there's no push happening. And a lot of teams, they are trying to make their way in, but on the south side, as we saw earlier, Shocks, they're just holding people out down here, and there's so many people trying to make their way in that it's a little bit crowded right now. It's a little bit crowded. We still have, I'm surprised we still have 58 people, considering how stacked up people are right now. But of course, we still have Montenegro, we still have Posa inside the circle, so there's still a lot of space to work with, to play in. And that's about to change in a few seconds when we see the next circle though. And look at that. That circle is going to be rough for a lot of teams. You have a little bit part of El Pozo.
Yeah, exactly. It's basically two western shifts, right? So some of the teams must think, okay, we have to play on the west side. There's going to be so many teams on the eastern side, and it looks like A7 is doing just that. And they're actually taking this longhouse compound just off that. 7 is going in there. Maybe, yeah, A7 is going in there for sure. All right, Revo keyed as well. One of our key teams. Adrian, our only triple MVP so far. And yeah, you like that. The cheap laughs is all what I'm for here.
Cheap laugh. The bad jokes. That's the best one. No,
it's the same. It's the same. Oh, shot, McGrillen. Actually gets him down. A quick peek here with the AK. Full. Oh, he has a 3 helmet and a 2 vest. I love the skin on this car. Myth. Sounds so good as well. All right, Nino. This is just an aggro play right there on assault. Oh wait, what's that? I don't know. Okay, they're just pushing them. Let's see what they're able to do here. Shocks. Marlon is taking the buggy, driving away. Nates are coming in. They're trading a little bit back and forth. Shots are coming in from A7. It's Swagwin in the side. He's taking tires. Shoot the car. Reposition the car. Buggies are safe inside the open concrete building here.
it's still not inside the next. Oh, gotta be careful with those Molotovs. That's exactly why. It's already really hot here on Miramar with all the sun scorching you. Don't be scorched by some Molotovs. Fact is getting shot in the back by Inko as well. And right, so yeah, they're in all kind of bad spot right now to play from. It's not gonna work out for him. Meanwhile, Adrian actually goes down. A lot of things are happening right now. A lot of teams, they are making that move to get into the circle, and we see a lot of teams, actually a lot of players gonna be falling here. It is super crowded on the southern side of the circle.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see if they're able to make something more. Rise with an extra push onto Black Dragons. A7 actually on Black Dragons, taking him down. Carillo onto Shocks as well. It's gonna be a big old bloodbath for sure.
I really like Alpha 7 now. They basically have a big 1-1-1-1 split, a 4-way split. They're having so much control on the western side, and basically that's one of the reasons why we see so many teams getting stacked together, because teams like Alpha 7 make sure that they control such a big part of the circle when there's so much ground that is unplayable. And you can see they're basically just farming Revo, just farming people on a distance here. Meanwhile, Kirill is doing the same thing. Everybody is just farming no matter where they are in Alpha 7. This is the Alpha 7 we want to see. 4 kills and going strong right now. This is Alpha 7 we know. This is Alpha 7 we love. Another one. Just coming one by one here. It's like Christmas for them.
Yeah, easy pickings for these guys for sure. Nades are coming out. Ooh, that's a good nade potentially. I want to see that land smack straight bang on. Oh my god, actually did damage to them as well. Push the third party, the double third party from that as well. Look at that, shot coming in. Oh my god, on a goal, bring down some damage too. GC God. This is really good. Well played here from A.
Look at the circle as well.
Yeah, they're gatekeeping so hard here now.
I'll be surprised if Alpha 7 is not winning this game. And currently they have 7 kills, and it looks like it's just going to be more and more flowing in towards them here. Now they got to be careful. Look at the back here with Rise coming in, but looks like they've already assessed the situation, knowing where the threat is, backing off from that fight with Orange Souls. They don't need to take this right now. They need to be focusing on the back, not letting someone into their territory. And it looks like they want to take care of Rise, who got a little bit too close to him right now.
Yeah, GC God. Oh, he actually got a Tucson in. Storm Gaming sending it in. Trying to heal med kit.
Oh, he stopped it.
No way. Right, Revo taking some shots. Oh, there's UMP with the Forex. He's good. He's just dominating him. Revo coming in from INTC as well. This Mathus. Let's see if he's able to put some more damage in as well. The south here is popping off for us. It's actually insane. Let's see.
I'm
They're able to get more out of it. Ooh, damage coming in as well from him. A7, 4 guys alive. This could be their game. This could be their reckoning for us.
I mean, 9 kills already. They still have what? Okay, a few just died there, so they still have 17 more kills to accrue if they want to. And I think a lot of the kills is on Revo. I haven't seen him for a while. I think he has probably like 5 or 6 kills. A lot of damage on top of that. He might be the second triple MVP that we see. We'll just have to wait and see what happens later on in this game. But so far, it's looking good. Revo's been doing a lot of work here for Alpha 7.
Yeah, for sure. Alpha 7 waking up here for the last game. They had to as well if they want to end on the top side of the leaderboard, and that's kind of where you want to be just to make sure. Oof, more shots coming in. Pedreno taking down our first game of the day MVP on Erangel for Honored Souls win. Mafioso also putting in some damage here. I feel like they have a lot of control. It's a hard compound and a hard situation to play for them here. They're playing 2 guys in the 2-stack, and they have Rise in the north side of the compound. They have Honored Souls on the east side. Stoico is inside as well. Ooh, the circle here. It's going to be rough for us. It's going to be a really, really rough for them.
But I mean, if they keep on playing like they do right now, they kind of want to do a 2-2 split, right? And just to hold everybody out from the south side and from the west side. It doesn't really matter because they want is people to crash into Rise on the center compound if possible. But right now, it looks like that's not what's happening right now. Right now, we're seeing some other teams here. Honored Souls actually getting in between Alpha 7 and Rise. And that is the worst case scenario for them.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be hard to hold the compound, but it's a play for late game, right? I kind of like that. But they don't want it. They want to get out. Reba wants to get him out. He's trying to cook the nade. Yeah, this is
going to run into. Yeah, I've done a lot of damage though. Yeah,
I did. But if they're able to keep the south side here, they have to make sure their backs are free. But they have another team coming in from the south. It's the INCC guys, but they have to fight Redinko in the east. 06 is in there too. Let's see what situation they're able to do so with. All right. And soon, I think they're going to be chilling here. I think with this anchor play that they have on the west side, they're making a play for late game here, and I like that. They have they have the kills to make it a good game. Now they need the placement. They have top 6 right now, and I think definitely with the position and the situation that they have right now, it's a top 4 guaranteed for them. He's getting cleared out.
You gotta be careful. Rodrigo does find one front right too. Oh,
he got knocked.
He goes down to the nade. But Carrillo, wait, Carrillo found one with the nade.
Oh yeah, he's going for the rest. Oh, they're trading rests.
Just
okay. Revive coming off. They got 1 kill and loot boxes on this side of Alpha 7, so they can loot that, get the heals up if they want. So he's checking anything I need here. First aid, he got 1 more first aid. He's trading. No, Perillo has to defend it. He has to push him off. He's got walking down. Okay, that is a low.
Oh, he did get the knock. But he had a death box there. It might have been another helmet there for him.
For sure. 06 here trying some more nades. Revo's up to HP again. Now they're trying to trade.
Oh, good pressure. No. That's from Rice, actually. That's the third body.
All right, pushing in.
Oh, you heard the nade. You heard the nade. Good.
All right, super well played here by Alpha 7. They're looking into a really good top 5 situation. 13 kills. Oh my God, Mafioso got knocked. That was their safety measure on the western side for us. They did get the next circle though. The next circle is inside, and now Rise is looking very good here. Nunez has been proving himself very helpful and been getting a lot of kills and a lot of knocks so far. Now looks like INCC is gonna have to give it up. Trying to get it a lot less. Oh no, he's not going to get anything. Tonight. All right, top 4 situation here. 4 teams left, 11 players, and Rise has one of the center compounds.
Rise has the center compound, but if you look at it, Intense Game has to go through Rise before they can make it to Alpha 7. And kind of the same thing goes to Inko as well. And right now, it's a big hold from Rise. They basically gotta hold all 3 angles right now. If they let go of an angle, that means that those teams can potentially make it in and destroy their game. So if they don't do anything about it, it's still lost, and they have the hardest time right now. This is super rough if you're Rise, but if you're a team like Alpha 7, this is easy. You just force everyone towards Rise. That's what you want to do. And once you see those stocks, you see everything happening, all the fights going on, that's when you try to go in and you try to clean up the mess.
Looks really good here for Nunez. Good nade.
Good nade.
Great nade. Go in. I think it actually didn't hit. Oh,
That's all a good nade.
Friendly fire hole. All right, Mufasa with some more nades. Carillo, all right. 10 players left here. Carillo and Revo. Inco has to make a play. I think they potentially make something happen here. Intense game. I've been talking about them a lot, and they've been able to play quite well. Another top 4 for them. And Inco is just trying to get rid of their backpacks. All right, nades coming in. Could he make something happen in the bottom floor here? That's a really good nade. It could go into Mufasa. Doesn't go in, though. Golden is chilling right now. Becker with some more nades. That could be a good nade into Rafinha's. Nope. Oh, yeah, he gets it actually. Go for it. He's gonna go for it. Nope. He didn't get it. Yeah, he did it. Becker gets the knock.
Oh, he does get
this
it.
opens up. This is a power 2v3-2. Oh, he's gonna go for the insta res here. Okay, that's good play here from Nunez and Rice. I think they might be able to get this up again. All right, intense game. Oh, the double peak there from Rafa is just not the play. They get a knock. I think they might be able to get the rest off, though. Revo with another performance out of him. 14 kills from A7. Insane. So far
Insane,
from
but also look at the circle. I'm pretty sure that Alpha 7 is sitting best in this circle right now. It's a little bit hard to see on the minimap itself, but it looks like they are the favorite of this circle.
Yeah, Intense game has to move. Inco has to move. Rise does not have to move. And it looks like A7 has a wall to play with. But they're getting naded now. Revo did a fake smoke. So Paya was nading into that and using his utility. He's probably going to go down here, though. He didn't get inside. That's enough.
Good try.
Another one. 15 kills for A7. Other 7's popping off. Revo finds Paya.
Wait, Revo finds well. We're down to 3 teams.
All right,
Ten's pushing.
Going in with Molotov cocktail coming in. All right, throw it away. Barrel. Can he make something happen here? Only half his feet. Rafinha with a really good hold here, though. Oh, that's a trade-off. The suit is going to be taken out, though, but now it's down to a 2v3. Revo, they have a good circle here. They have M4s, 4x's, 9 kills for Revo. Are you kidding me? If he gets one more kill, it's going to be double digits for one single player. Oh my god, he's getting one more. Revo popping off. And a nade!
Oh, good nade!
And now with the UMP, he's trying to make a push for it. Carillo's gonna get spotted from Rafinha. Well played by Rafinha. And now it starts down to Revo. And Revo is gonna get jumped on by Rafinha. And Rafinha gets it and rises up to the occasion for the winner chicken dinner here. Super well played by Rise Esports. Well executed. They were able to get into this compound for us and close that quickly.
That was insane that we're able to hold it down against so many teams. That is one of the hardest things, and you can see it towards the end there as well. When Intense Game actually pushed them, Rice still had someone looking towards loops, and that is so important because if they didn't do that, it would be a free walkway for them to get into the compound itself. Now only Revo was able to make his way up there while Carillo got knocked because of it. And it's so important. It's so hard to play that well because you can just imagine comps like, I'm watching this, this is happening, that is happening. But they do it well and they rise up to the top and they get themselves that chicken dinner.
Yeah, that's perfect. Well played by Rise Esports. We're going to be jumping to a short break before we look at the total leaderboards of the game today. So stay here and we'll be right back after this short sponsors. And welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League here for Brazil. And we've obviously had 5 amazing games so far here. I'm Avenger, and this is Frost, my co-caster and trusted musketeer, I would call, but that's kind of not the thing, right? We're looking into a situation where we've had some teams that have absolutely dominated the rest of it. Rise stepped up to the occasion here for the last game, and we're going to be taking a look at some of the highlights throughout the games here, right? A replay for loops. Obviously the first game, and Pedreno had a massive clutch with this. He was able to actually take down 2 players in the very end. First, Dominion made the mistake by pushing himself alone without being backed up by Chief. Chief wasn't ready, he was still healing, and I feel like if Chief and Dominion was able to play and push that together, I feel like Pedreno was going to have a really hard time with both of them, but he actually managed to clutch it with just a couple of HP, so super well played by that. Overall, an absolutely insane day for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's been just absolutely crushing from them. But I really like is, I gotta say, like from the last game, Alpha 7, what they were able to put up with, because what we've seen from Alpha 7 up to the last game was not really the Alpha 7 that we know, not the Alpha 7 that we love to see, but the last game, that's the one we know, and that's what we want to see. We want to see more of that, and it was kind of redemption for them. And I think with only that game alone, that's going to put them pretty far up on the leaderboard. But overall, today has been a really great day, I'd say. Really great start to the whole qualifying league here. And a great first day for a lot of the teams, actually.
Yeah, and it's good to see some of the underdogs. One of the guys here in 10's game actually managed to come in from the qualifier. Yeah, of course, they played pretty well in the qualifiers, and they won the qualifiers coming into the league here. But it's good to see that they're coming in and mingling with the top favorites and playing so well as they had, especially in here in Sanok. That play that they did on Kao to close out the other teams inside Kao, to then push on to Tatmok and INTC, that they actually had a pretty good position, was just super well executed by them. They got a knock, they pushed on it, and then the MG3 Mo down here for Intense Game. Vivo Keyed, another team that we've been impressed with so far. Also Adrian with our triple MVP of the day. That's the only one so far. Probably going to be really hard to beat that. It's rare you see someone take the top damage, top knockouts, and top killers from just a single game. But the third party was just too much from them. But they really cleaned out loops in that play like that. They got a few knocks. They saw the push that they had to do, and they closed it out. Black Dragons as well, another team that we saw in our second Erangel game. They're able to close that one out and play that extremely well. Some of the teams that we talked about, some of the favorites and some of the underdogs that we kind of was hoping to do well, did well. The team for me that underperformed to what we expect them to do is obviously Alpha 7, as we were talking about. They're able to play really well. They got second place here, but they got 17 kills for us, so 29 points from the match standings here.
I feel like this might be the case that we're gonna see another triple MVP, and that would be Revo, of course, but we'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, of course, Rice, they won that game, and they got only, I say only, it's still double digit, 10 kills, and that's gonna be 25 points. Then of course there's a little gap before we go down to Intense Game. But look at this, it's very, very top heavy. Only the top 5 having double digits, and that means that towards the bottom it's gonna be very empty as well.
Yeah, there's not going to be that many points left for the bottom 8 teams here of the match standings of our 5th match and last match of the day here for us, obviously. There's going to be 3 teams with 0 points. Fact, Flamengo, and Ground Zero Mercenaries. And not that many points for the rest. Black Dragons here, 4 points. They managed to squeeze out a little bit of points and managed to not to stay out of the below 2 and points and below, of course. Vivo Keyed, another team that we've seen so far play well, but again, if you have 3 great games of a day and then have 2 bad, you're going to be completely fine. You're going to qualify to the league play. But if you want to be able to contest and play good and, you know, maybe take some of the Americas spots once we get into the finals of the Brazil here, then you have to be consistent for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game, being consistent, and that's why we're playing so many games, because it's not just going to be down to some RNG if you're going to be good or not. It's going to be down to you being able to salvage every single situation and cramming out as many points as possible. this case, someone like Black Dragons being able to just get 4 points, but those 4 points is a lot more than having those 0 points that it could have been instead.
Yeah, exactly. All right, I think we're ready to look at our top damage, top knockouts, and top killers of this last match number 5 here. Let's take a look at the MVP.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Oh, Revo, 10 kills, 11 knockouts, and so much damage that the graphic is broken for us. What do you think?
He has too much damage. The graphics can't handle it. I mean, we saw him already from halfway into the game, basically. He was just laying down into everyone. I'm just surprised that he still had ammo in the end to actually keep on shooting anything at all. But 10 kills, 11 knockouts. This is some numbers you don't normally see that often. And ooh, it's not gonna be a triple actually. He only had
74. He did 74 damage.
I mean, look at Carrillo as well.
Yeah,
that's insane performance from both of them.
Oh my god, first and second place for Carrillo. It's obviously a tie for Rafinha and Carrillo, but Carrillo did more damage and did more knockouts, so he should be over Rafinha on the tie. So it's second place, first and second place for Revo and Carrillo from A7 here with that amount. That's insane. 2 times 1K club for the 2 last players here. Revo looking very satisfied. It's actually a little bit sad that Revo doesn't get the triple MVP here, that Adrian is the only one with that performance, but obviously you have to get, it's the name of the game here, you have to get enough to get on everywhere here. So a double MVP for Revo and an amazing performance from him for us.
Yeah, I mean, he's just too good on laying down the damage, getting those knocks and kills himself. So he doesn't need to get any assists because he's already doing all the job. And then you don't need anyone else to get the assist for you, right? But still, 2 assists. Of course, we saw him just time after time just laying down on people. And it was so many times that he actually just put himself into these kind of positions where he could just shoot at people, but still keeping himself safe. And he wouldn't like overpeak. He would always wait until people were not looking at him. People were getting third party. That's when he took the opportunity and just shot at people. And that's what you want to see. Yeah, using every single time that he got like a little opening, he would just use it and he would get himself a knock, a kill, and a lot of damage done.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? You don't get the assist when you get all the kills yourself. And of course, I think it's impressive in itself that you get so much damage that you break the graphics on us. So we're gonna, and maybe for tomorrow, if somebody gets more than four digits, we're gonna have that on the MVP as well. I love that. That's cool. It's cool to see here Rero with an insane performance and 1474 damage. Super insane performance. And this is the kind of aggressive high kill game gameplay that we are used to seeing from a team here like Alpha 7 for us. So expect more of this from the guys. They've been warmed up now. Today was just the start, and once we get into the games tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, I'm sure we're going to see more of these guys.
Yeah, I totally hope so, at least. And I mean, towards the last game there, first in I think the first almost half of the game, we saw Alpha 7 being a little bit slower on the north side, but as the circle actually moved closer towards them, they started to taking a lot more control. We see, of course, the top MVPs of today, and Revo, what is not a big surprise being #1 there. And then, of course, we're having 2 players here from the Loops, Deminor and Stoico, on a 2nd and 3rd place. And if you just look down a little bit, on 5th place, you have Chief as well. It's just amazing performance from all of them being able to be up there.
Right, it's good to see. Obviously, Rero, after that last performance here, this number is a combination of also damage, kills, and everything that they've been able to contribute with. So this high of a number, it's basically doubling Carrillo's number here for Rero. Just talks to how big of a performance Revo had here, especially in the last game. So good to see the top MVP of the day. It's Alpha 7, it's Revo, and obviously that's the 5 games we have today here from the PMPL here in Brazil. So it's been quite impressive here. What do you think so far of our 5 games? We have 10 more games in this weekend here for us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually very surprised over how good of games we had. Even though we had some very bad circles, a lot of the teams were stepping up. They were showing us why they're here, why they're playing this, and how good they actually are. And that's what we want to see, right? It's been a pretty even game, except for one team. Of course, we've seen Loops pretty much dominate in first 4 games because they didn't dominate the last one. And the reason is they didn't play it because they were sitting that one out.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take a look at the top overall, the top 10 in the overall standings here. It's obviously Loops. They've got 65 points. Second place is our number 1 qualifying team, Intense Game here for 46 points. But Alpha 7 with the comeback of the day here in the last match, 45 points here in third place. What do you think about this leaderboard here for us?
I mean, you gotta talk about Alpha 7 because I think they were sitting on a 14th place coming into the last game, and then being able to push yourself from that up to a 3rd place, that is very impressive. But also, as you mentioned, Intense Game being one of the qualified teams being up here, that kind of shows you the caliber that they have, and they're here to stay. They also got themselves, of course, a chicken dinner as well. But on top of that, it's kind of what we expected with a lot of the teams. I'd say a lot of the expected teams are up here on the top half.
Yeah, for sure. We've talked about some of the teams that we expected to be here and some of the favorites, and they're obviously in this page here. Some of the teams we didn't expect to be down here, though. I, for one of them, was after the games that we saw was Brazilian Killers. They were able to get so many placement points, but they just haven't gotten that many kills just yet. If they're able to put up just a little bit more, they're going to be completely fine with that as well. Their placement has been good. We're going to see some more kills from them. I'm pretty sure we're going to see them in the top 16 once we're done with the weekend here for us.
Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. You're just working on one thing, but now you got good rotations, you're putting yourself into good spots. They just got to utilize that and get themselves those kills. If they get that going, as you're saying, they're just going to rock it up in the leaderboard itself. Another team that I want to see on the other half would be Storm Gaming. I mean, they're still not far down. I think it's 28 points. It was on the 10th place, so they're basically just 1 point behind. But I was expecting a little bit more from them, and I'm hoping to see a little bit more in the upcoming days from them.
Yeah, for sure. All right, that's our overall leaderboard so far, and we're actually only 5 games done. We have 10 more games coming at you tomorrow here. This has been a pleasure being here for us with you the first day. We're going to be coming in and joining into more games same time tomorrow and same time Sunday here. All the teams going to be playing 8 more games. We're going to be showing 10 more games so far for the qualifier, and they're going to be playing themselves into the league in the following weekend. So we're going to be having a lot more PUBG Mobile coming at you here from the PMPL Brazil. That was it from us today here. Thank you so much. My name is Avenger, and of course my trusty musketeer here is Frost. We're going to be seeing you guys again tomorrow. See you so